I told yesterday, we use it for primarily for pre-built flows. In the sense, if you have a landing, staging, loading, match, merge, if you want to perform pre or post in this particular flow, then we can start building user exits. In that case, we can use the term user exits. Yeah. Similarly, in data governance side also, so if you want to perform, let's say, before approval, after approval, before save, after save, before everything, after everything, or uh, save handler, during save handler, whatever, right? So in such cases also, we can use a term, what you call user exits. That's the right way of using user exits. But some cases where Informatica, they use user exits in a wrong way, but yes, it's their own product. They can go with whatever they want. But yes, user X basically pre-built. Now, if you want to add anything other than that, that's where custom, yeah, what you call extensions would come, like custom procedures or custom Java buttons or custom Java buttons or cleanse functions. There are what uh, extra functionalities, but that's also again derived from Informatica framework, but we don't use them like a pre-post with respect to data flow process, with respect to workflow process in the context of data governance, and data flow process in the context of how. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So let us try to, I think we talked about Java cleanse functions 1, and also we talked about user exits 1 completely, right? So user exits, post landing user exit, right? What are the prerequisites, guys, before we configure this particular what user exits? Yeah, guys, what are the prerequisites that that are required in order to configure let's say some user exit, anything? So we talked about, I think, post landing user exit. So in that, so we just what we need to make sure that schema is ready. Then stage job should have been created. Then we can start what you call writing this user exit code. One in the form of what you call SP, which I didn't talk about it, pre-built SP. And second, we can also write a Java code, which we discussed yesterday. Yeah? Like we can have a class, which is a public class. Yeah. So post landing user exit. Yeah. So which implements from post landing user exit. This is going to be the pre-built what pre-built interface class. Yeah. So within that, we are going to implement a process method which takes context, then followed by input and output parameters. Yeah. Like landing, staging, PRL. I think we have used it. Yeah. So that's it. Within that, let us say in data flow process, what we discussed, we established connectivity with database. Yeah. So connect to DB by using JDBC driver, like JDBC Oracle dot thin / localhost 1521 / words, whatever, right? That we have seen, username, password, all that. Then followed by create SQL statement, then followed by execute the statement. So why execute query, whatever, right? We have used it. In this, we supplied select query. Yeah. So whatever, based on some stage of stuff. Yeah. So we could able to execute that. Yeah. So that's what we discussed as part of this particular simple way. Yeah. So, but anyway, exception handling, but I'm not putting it here. That's a common thing, guys. Try catch. and closing all the connections that we open, whatever, right? That's a common thing, which means what? This is a pre-built actually. It's just following to what I call build a code. But before we build this particular code, what are the prerequisites that are required, guys? Prerequisites with respect to what? Jar files here. Yeah, schema, all that we discussed. Jar files. So first and foremost thing is what? MDM UE.jar file. Then second is what? Siberian API .jar file. Third thing we talked about log4j. Yeah, .xml for what? We have used a log class, right? Yeah. So we also have got logger class. So we'll see on today's session when we talk about debugging to set log levels like info, warning, debugging, whatever, right? So we'll see that. Then we have also talked about one more jar. What is the other one, guys? Only three things, huh? Yeah. MDM UE for user exits. Yeah. Type-in AE for common things. And log, this is also jar, not XML. Yeah. This is also jar for log. And one more thing is what? ODBC jar. ODBC 14 dot jar. Yeah. So that's it. This version will be varied based on the Oracle version that we choose. This driver jar file, right? So make sure that these four jar files have been or should be part of a project, which is a Java project. Yeah. So once you do that, then we can start making use of post learning user exit, import that class, and then start getting it implemented. After that, what we discussed was we have just compiled it anyway, which is built, right? Then create a jar, or we can say we have used export, right, to jar file. Yeah, to some location. Yeah? So we just placed it. Wherever you want, you can just place it. Then register this particular jar file to MDM hub. We have done that. After that, we've executed state job to look at the effect of this particular user exit in server log file. Yes or no? Which is JBoss server log file. So you've seen the messages like some cleansing. We just built it as part of this simple user exit. So that's it. So which means, so whatever functionality that you want, let's say post landing, right? We could do it over here. Similarly, pre-stage with a delta, after delta, or plans, whatever. So user exit that you want, you can just get it implemented. So we got a pre-built what you call code, guys. You can take that as a reference, then implement it, extend it based on your need. Yeah. So that's what we discussed about user exit part. Yeah. So after that, we started off getting into what you call data governance application. Yeah. I closed it. Yes. So we talked about data governance part. Yeah. So to perform what you call create, manage, consume, monitor, whatever, right? So we talked about these four operations monitored within what data governance application. Yeah. So remember, as I said earlier, data governance is our application is going to be one of the most selling point for Informatica because so there's a lot of flexibility that we could take care as part of data governance application. Now the question, when it comes to what we call the configuration and usage of DG data governance application is very simple. Yeah. So first thing, so as part of data governance, there are two parts over here. One is a configuration. Second, usage of it. Configuration of what? Application. Yeah. So which is data governance application, right? So while configuration, how many ways through which you can configure this data governance application, guys? Let us say If someone has built an application, exported it to XML, so we can get it. If you want, you can modify or validate, deploy, and see what it does. That's one way. Second is what we can also import a zip file, or third is what we can also import an application. So then deploy, perform DG operations. That's first thing. And next, let us say if you want to create your new application from the scratch, what all we discussed. So we need to understand subject area group, then subject area, then followed by children's with one to many or many to many correspondence, whatever, right? So that we need to build as part of building a new application from the scratch by using what add button and starts applying app name, then followed by specify logical ORS with appropriate HM configuration or HM profile, then start adding subject area group, then within that subject area, then we can have subject area and so on. So we can have some 3 levels, whatever. So once you build it, then within this subject area, we talked about like selection of columns, mass settings, and also labeling, search, data masking, data security, cleansing, and so think and task uh, operations, right? So we talked about all of them, like how to configure, right? Remember, if you want to build this particular what you call configuration, so prerequisite is what hub should be ready. Without that, we cannot create it. Anyway, without this ORS is ready, we cannot even get into this because prerequisite to get into this DG application is what ORS should be ready and it is validated from Hub console. Then only we can start performing this. Yeah. Now, once you build our own application from the scratch, then we can save, we can validate, we can deploy. If there are any errors, what are the different error types that we discussed, guys? Or log levels. To be precise, what are different log levels supported by data governance, guys? One, info. Second, warning. Third, errors. Fourth, critical. Fifth is what? Patterns. Yes or no? These are the multiple log levels supported by what MDM Hub. So these, sorry, data governance. So these two things we cannot ignore. We need to fix it. But these things we can just ignore. But wherever there are problems, right? Only in those areas it will not work. Like we have seen for some what you call subject area or business entity or entities, right? Like we have seen product or household. We not configured it for our own application that we got. So warnings for some task operations that we have not added. In that case, we got some warnings. So these two things we're able to ignore because we know what we have done, right? So that's it. So then once you deploy, right, so we can start performing this DG operations. As part of DG ops, so what we discussed was guys, create a record. Then what we did once we create a record, so we need to make sure that this particular record either to commit directly to database or to what we call authorize. That's a question, right? So it means we can include what we call DM plus BPM, business process management. So where you will have multiple stakeholders who are part of this particular what I call performing DG operations. Like for example, especially for authorization, as a data steward has done creation of a record or modifying a record, it will undergo the next level. Let us say IT managers. So then if they say approve, it is approved. That's it. Yeah. So similarly, so we can have what I call so final review, then approve or reject or cancel, escalate, all that we have seen, right? Those operations you can just perform. So I think we have done task administrative operations, like how to do it. Yeah. Likewise, you can also see the data in hierarchy or search for records and perform identifying matching records and merge with unmerged rows, like what we have seen in that merge manager, right? Same thing you can do it here also. So, and apart from that, I think we've also talked about what you call, if you want to extend some functionality, this data governance. I think user exit part we discussed, like a task operations, right? Plus, we can also what you call extend the functionality to E360 or any DG operation by using what BES, which I did not talk about it. Yeah. So BES external call, you can say. So which means we can create our own what you call service and perform some logic within that service and get it deployed as per deployment location of application server and see whether you could be able to invoke it from certified browser or not. Once you could be able to do that, you'll get to see the WSDL and use that to create SOAP service and then configure that so that we could be able to perform validate, publish all that we should do within provisioning, then verify that as part of E360 and see whether we could be able to get to see the effect of this particular external call or not. Those steps I'll talk about it with presentation, but it's not complex because we talked about many two examples from Java perspective, right? I'll try to talk about one more example, which is SIF. So that's it. Yeah. So that's about I think talked about. Next, we've also talked about provisioning stuff, which is going to help us one to build a model, and then we can use it for E360 configuration, right? So out of them, we spend time for building a model, like what are this model comprises, guys? So you'll have root node, like child node, and we have what you call grandchild, whatever. So, but the relationship between the root and child will be one to one or one to many. Yeah. So I think we have seen that. So this particular what you call one to one or one to many should be based on what the model that was built within the hub console, right? That's what we followed, right? So whatever is done as part of linear data model, similar thing has been followed as part of what this particular what provisioning, yeah, building a model. That's it. And we configured field and cardinality. Then we also configured relevant base objects, lookups, references, all that, right? I think we have done that, and we could be able to validate, publish. Yeah. So that's once you publish, right? You have seen the effect of it under what? See repos, yeah, composite object CO, composite service, config. This order, we don't need to worry, guys. Whatever comes before CSC, whatever. COC is the right one, but anyway, forget about it. But these two things are both of them composite service part, like what all the services like a read, write, execute, get, post operations, right? Those things we could able to see as part of composite service. And composite object would comprise of the objects that were built it as part of this model. Like we have seen party, gender, state, into state, right? All of them we could able to see as part of composite object, yeah. And there's a component instance, so instance wise also you can see, so that also you guys can take care. And apart from that, so we've seen one more XML file where the searchable properties enabled. We could able to see that as well, which is component object, component service, search, and one more rest. So four, what you call, rows, we have seen it as part of this particular table and the content that we have within this block, right? And remember, we can also modify the content in the block instead of what you call configuring in provisioning. So that also could be done directly. Yeah. So you just have to modify the syntax. Now we have to make sure. Yeah. So that's it. So we talked about it. Now let us try to get into what other topics. So the first and foremost thing, let us say we will start with what I call SIF, which is going to be Services Integration Framework. Yeah. So let me open the presentation. Yes. So remember, guys, so far we just talked about whatever is given by Informatica, we have just used it, which means Hub Console, they have built it, we have used it, we configured data flow process apart from model. And we have also used data governance application, which is built by them. We just follow the instructions given by them to configure and to perform data management come process management operations, right? That is fine. Now the question, let us say you want your own application based on what your own choice. For example, in the current market also, we have got a lot of AI tools in the market. Yes or no? Out of them, people are not showing much interest to buy their tools. We got ChatGPT or Gemini, whatever, right? There are a lot of things, Copilot, whatever, right? But but people are trying to show interest on building their own AI tool based on what custom APIs given by OpenAI or some other AI, what you call frameworks. Yeah. So now the question, same concept holds good even in what MDM also. In case if your what you call company or if your customers would expect the operations which are specific to their own requirement. In that case, we can also build it from the scratch based on their own choice. Now the question, in order to build it, we have to have Java knowledge. Remember, nowadays, even that is also not required, not 100%, I would say. 90% is not required. Even if you have 5 to 10% of programming knowledge, that is more than enough to write a code, because now we got lots of code generators, right? You just need to supply the prompt so that you could able to get the code based on our prompt. Yeah, that's why the prompt engineering has become more popular and most widely used in the AI space, right? We all know that. Similarly, in order to build our own application, which is based on what, which can be used as a service or a separate application. So Informatica, they have given what we call multiple APIs under SAF framework, which is Service Integration Framework. So we can make use of those APIs in order to build our own application. Even that is also not required. So because now we can also use simple JDK, what we call APIs also, to talk to HubSpot to pull the data. Only some common APIs we need to take the help from Informatica because they have protected their what you call product, right, based on their APIs. Except those like Cyprian API, Cyprian COM. Rest we don't need to use any API. Yeah. So without that also we can build. Yeah. So now let us try to understand what you call. So like what is the benefit we get it. So we can build based on the way that you want, and we can what you call perform the operations. Let's say I need only search. Then why we need to get data governance, all that. So we can directly just put a Java code. It does. Yeah. Similarly, there is a framework which contains multiple what we call APIs. We'll see what do they contain and what do they do. There are lots of APIs anyway. So we'll talk about features that we get it and how to integrate SIF with third-party applications based on what multiple protocols supported by Informatica MDM like HTTP with XML, EJBs, or simply JMS or whatever, right? So we can think of many. Yeah? For events, messaging, for data, other protocols like HTML, HTTP, whatever, right? EJBs, yeah. So that's where interaction also would come in. So interaction means so use safe APIs to talk to Hub Store to pull the data, push the data, and perform some bulk operation, whatever. Yeah. And protocol also we'll see, and we'll also see like how one can start making use of some of the objects given by Informatica to perform what pulling the data, whatever, right? And responses also. Once a request, right? We got a response object. Remember, guys, safe or any web-based applications, right? Whatever product that we use, either HTTP protocol or SOAP protocol or EJBs or REST or RESTless or whatever, right? All of them would require what? Get and put, which means request and response. For example, if you use HTTP, then HTTP request object, HTTP response. Similarly, SOAP request, SOAP response, and so on. These are the common things for any web-based application. Same concept holds good even for what? Safe. So and then so how to what you call take care of what you call manipulating a record or reading the data from a record. There's a record class. Then we can just make use of methods within the record class and see how it works. We'll see with examples. So what are specific APIs, all that we'll talk about it. And JMS inbound, outbound, that's for messaging only, nothing else. Now let us talk about what I call introduction to SIF. As we discussed just now, if you want to perform any SIF or building any SIF-based applications, right? Why do we do that? To take care of request and response. To what? MDM Hub. For what? To get any kind of data like master data or BO data or whatever data that you have. And if you want to manipulate, we can also do it. In simple terms, read, update, or retrieve and manipulation. Both of them can be done from and to ORS. Yeah? Next, so we have got to do that. We got set of APIs given by Informatica. We can make use of them in order to perform this request and response operations by talking to appropriate ORS. So we've got what we call again, this is same. So this is architecture that we follow in order to make external application to talk to what? Hub Store through a number of servers supported by MDM. For example, let us say we are trying to build our own application, which we call the external application, which is similar to just now we talked about BES, right? Business Entity Service. So that's also exactly similar to this. So which means we create even there also they have already created some pre-built framework. Anyway, they create an application. Through that application, we can request for something from Hub Store. So request to whom? By using one service, which will talk, which is let's say SIF-based service or SOAP service or simple HTTP service. Service or EJB service. Service could be of any sort, but irrespective of any type of service that we use, but we send a request to whom? The request will be routed through what? Application server, which is not shown here, but that is a reality. The request will be sent to app server, then on to Hub server, then on to cleanse mesh, then ORS. This is a normal flow we follow. Yeah. So then, so let us say we requested for something. Then you'll get the response from Hub store all the way back to the requester, where we could able to see the response of for what we requested for. That's it. The complete box, graded box that you can see, which is going to be the app server environment. Within that only, our own service, let's say best service or whatever soap service, whatever, right? So that will be deployed over here. Through that, we can talk to hub server, lunchmesh server, which in turn talk to what hub store. So ultimately, we use all these services to talk to hub store. Why? Because that is where we will have what master data or any other state or status of data of MDM. So to pull and push, we can build our own application from the scratch. But yesterday, we talked about data governance, right? Yes or no? Even that also would do the same thing. Instead of external application, we can say DG application. So if we create a record, requesting for creating a record, right? So it will go and put it in what? App Store. If you say save it. If you just say send for approval, it will not put it unless you approve it. Once it is approved, it will be sent to what? App Store. Same concept, guys. So for external application or for data governance application, this particular flow of operations would be same. I hope we got it right. Yes, sir. I hope all of you could able to hear me, right? Or I'm talking to myself. Guys,
We can hear you, Narasimha.
Yeah.
Yes, Narasimha.
fine. So now let us say, can we use SIF for real-time data transaction? One, to pull the data from source systems and push it onto the entry point of MDM hub. Answer is yes. Second, let us say we need to communicate output of MDM hub to consumers by using SIF. Can we use? That's where we talked about when we talked about data process flow, right? Like real time, near real time batch. One of the mode is what? Real time. We talked about already. Now we are talking beyond that now. Beyond in the sense we are trying to build our own application, instead of simple service. So that application is going to tell us like how to talk to MDM hub to perform pull and push operations. Yeah. So that's what we are going to see here. This is the one hubster part. Yeah. Fine. So this part we have already seen it. So source side we can use this safe. Target side we can also use safe. Yeah. For taking care of web services. Yeah. So now, yeah, I think this part we discussed already. What is the difference between the real time and batch data flow process, source side, target side, and validation? Three places where we can see the difference. I think we talked about with respect to what order of evaluation of validation rules. I think we're all clear on that, right? And now, what is the benefit that we get it if you go with what safe? Yeah. One, because we already have pre-built APIs, so building our own application is quite easy. So that is why rapid configuration, not only configuration, you can say building actually, we are not configuring it. We are just building safe application, deployment part, and managing that application and integrate with MDM hub and external systems quite easy. Remember, for example, use some code to pull the data with few lines of code, only 10-15 lines. So we can build it. Then once you build it, so connect to MDM hub by using, let's say, some connection properties, then get it deployed. Then we can start what you call getting it integrated, and also external systems. External system could be anybody, any consumer, right? Now the next question, addressing integration requirements both at logical as well as granular, meaning what? Business part, data as well as event, what we call events. Both we can take in. So we can say we can send some events to consumers saying that creation has happened, update has happened, delete has happened, merge has happened, whatever, right? Such kind of events we can just communicate. And services actual data processing, where whatever the once the master data is created, then they can start pulling it. So next, now let us say we got some events, one for synchronization, other for propagation. Yeah. So which means we can build our own events to make sure that external systems and MDM hub is in sync. Yeah. So then build services for custom data management. So which means, so let us say data manager, merge manager we talked about, right? So we don't need them at all. So now within SIF itself, we got APIs which are going to help us to take care of this operation, like adding a record to MDM hub, modifying a record to MDM hub, performing a match. Yeah. So those things also could be done with a SIF. Yeah. So which means we can customize our own application based on our own choice. So we don't need to follow with or follow on with whatever Informatica says. In data governance application, whatever they say, we have to stick to that. But here, you'll have full control of what you want to do. You know? And build services for custom applications that utilize what? Hub data. So which means we can build one service to take care of a search, another service to take care of pulling the data, sorry, let's say pushing the data, and so on. But if you want to collect and put them in a single consolidated service, that also could be done. It all depends on one, modularity, level of granularity that is required. We can take a call. Based on that, we can start building the services. Yeah, and build services for consumption portal. So this is one more service, especially it can be designed only for the consumption perspective. You know, it all depends on how we design, guys. It could be one application or one service which can take care of many capabilities, or again, uh, say it's like what you call debatable thing. So, but the best practice is what is better to have separate services for each specific functionality, so that it's easy for all of us to understand just by looking at the service. Yeah. Build unified view services for composite applications to achieve 360 view of the product or customer data. Yeah. So that's it. And virtual services that can be integrated to any other CRM application. Yeah. So this is what I think we talked about textual form. Now we can see in diagrammatic form, where we can see consumer applications are portal applications, custom view, whatever, right? And then where SIF, service integration framework, which would contain two pieces over here. One, business events, where we use business services to get the job done. Second, data events, where we take care of API calls to what we call access the data. That's it. So this is a logical representation. This is going to be actual activity that we perform. Yeah. So that's it. So we can say here we just use it for what we call logical integration. This is going to be actual API that we use to what we call to pull and push. Yeah. Now, if you look at the events, see process events and business events, data services, business services, and data events. Yeah. So process events, data events. For example, verify customer. Yeah. So how are we going to verify customer, which is going to be what we call one of the process. To do that, so we can use appropriate business service by getting the customer object and perform other specific activities related to this particular verification. Similarly, approval and so on. Same thing, if you want to take care of, let's say, data services for any change, if you have done any name change, then we need to perform some insert, or if there is a what you call new address change, then start getting the corresponding address and get the alerts. Such kind of what you call events we can take care within this set with a pre-built APIs. Yeah? So now data events can be generated in the external applications or MDM hub. For example, 2, MDM hub can send events to external application, and our external application can also send events to what MDM hub. That's what it means. And this particular events are they are going to follow EDA architecture, which we call event-driven architecture. And events could be create, update, delete, merge, whatever, right? Those are the events. Yeah. Now the next question: the what are the protocols that we could
Hey,
train? Yes.
Nasim, sorry to interrupt. Why can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah, why this is challenge?
What's that again?
Why is this a challenge? The subject says, title says challenges of managing data in enterprise systems. So why is it a challenge? And
Yeah.
what
For
you have
example,
mentioned is more of a solution, no, or it's a challenge?
but that's one of the challenges to take care of that, to build that, to take care of that challenging activity, right? We can use safe APIs to handle that with event-based APIs. Umang?
Okay, all right, no worries. The title is misleading. Sorry. Let's go to the
Yeah,
next.
maybe that word is misleading, but then it's fine. Yeah. So you can take care of challenges by using APIs, just to make it simple. Yeah. Now, let us talk about protocol that we use it here. I think we talked about EJBase and with SOAP and XML with HTTP and messaging. These are the 4 protocols that we can think that are supported in MDM one. So rest we cannot directly use it, but through SOAP we can handle it. So how to make use of SIF? I think we are going to see anyway. The EJBs I may not be able to cover example, but there are APIs. I'll show where we have it. You can also build it down. So that's it. We still part. I'll try to show one. Yes. So now let us say this is an external application. This is the framework, which in turn supports what? Multiple protocols. 4, I think we have already seen that. Yeah. Then there is activity manager, which is going to be the what you call framework. So which is going to what you call tell us or get us the response based on our request. So this guy will send a request by using one of the protocol. It will be sent to active manager framework where we perform manipulation and will get the response to the requester. The simple way to understand how this particular protocol's usage would come in as part of safe architecture. So now to get into more details. So within this protocol, right? So each protocol has got its own set of APIs. For example, if you take XML with a SOAP, where we can see router, which in turn can route with what XML to Java, whatever, right? And take care of events. Yeah. Sorry, request router and get the what you call processing done, then we'll get the response back to the request. Sorry, so this one bad external, right? Similarly for other protocols. So it's same, this flow is same, and the response will be taken care by the SIP, like we have seen in the previous diagram. This is internal thing which we don't need to worry much, but ultimately for all the protocols, the request response is a common thing. Yeah. So now the question. So once you build any what do you call external service, right? So we need to get it deployed. But if we build a simple job, do we need to get it deployed as part of application server? Answer is yes or no. So even if you place it outside, you can get registered, or else you can also deploy it. But logically speaking, here files are the right way of integrating with what application server, because so whatever here file that we place it on deployment location, so which can be used for any enterprise applications. Fine. So events part, I think we have seen it already. This is one of the jar file, client jar file provides what you call some APIs. So which will contain, let us say, concept some package, which will be used for communication with the hub server. And we can also see multiple protocols again to talk to what you call C framework with the hub. Yeah. So and logs. So we can see as part of logs folder for debugging purpose, and we'll see anyway that part of debugging. So this is initiating a request. This is to send inputs to hub to integrate. Yeah. So then here you can see one principal class, which is search query request class, which is going to help us to search for the record in hub store through package. As we all know that single point of interface through which we can talk to MDM hub is what? A package. We all know that, right? So user package as part of search query request class. So we got a request object where we can set this object UID. Can you see here? Party address create package. So that's it. So that's going to be the what you call unique ID to interact with what hub. Then set a condition, filter condition, and then after that we can just use appropriate response, which is a query request, right? In a corresponding query response. So that's it. So like this is a simple example where we can search for the data, a number of records data, it could be n numbers. We can get all the records if you don't set this condition. If you set it, you get only 5 rows, nothing else. So this is a simple example, guys, like how to talk to MDM hub from SIF to get let's say 5 records by using this package. That's what this particular block of code talks about. Yeah. Now record part. So we talked about in order to perform any manipulation or pull the data from the respective fields of any record, then we need to use what? Record class, which would follow name value pairs. Then based on that, we could able to pull the data corresponding to any type, like a string, big integer, decimal, or date, whatever, right? So now look at this particular example where we can see class request class where we have got an object and set class function name. Now can you see record object got created here. Now once you create a record object, now we need to make use of it, right? Yes or no? So see here field all that it is set. Now can you say set record object, which means this particular record object contains what? See here, set field object. Field contains what? Name and string. Name and value. Both you can see, right? So which means field is also separate class where they have just populated data for 2 fields. Yeah, field object contains that. Then record contains what? Set of fields. So we have got record object field. Then use that record object as input to what? Plans request. This will be sent as request to what? Hub. And based on that, you'll get a response, which we call cleanse response. So which is input to what? Process method. Yeah. So that's it. Then through SIP client, there's a client class through which we can just make a call to this process method. Then you'll get the response. Through that response, we can iterate and get these 2 fields data from MDM hub. This is how what you call we can take care of plunge request and plunge response. We can use these classes even to what you call like we talked about stage whatever, right? So stage operation we can also perform that. Yeah. So plunge put plunge get also we have, and again this request and response will be same in both the cases. Yeah. So we'll see some examples, practical examples. Yeah. So that record part is clear, field is clear, and also search query request is also clear, right? Next, record key, because in MDM Hub, see there are a bunch of what you call classes and APIs, guys. I have not kept all of them because whatever is relevant for us to build an application, you know. So to pull the data and to push the data and to take care of bulk from those perspectives only, have just kept relevant classes, not all. You know, but always there are many, right? So there is a documentation, so we can just go for it. Yeah. So now look at here about record key, which means if you have any key columns, right? Then example row ID object or GBI, whatever, right? For such things, we can create what record key, or we can instantiate record key class and get an object out of it and populate record key like source system name, source key, whatever, and send that as input to what a request. That's it. Which means we can supply key as input instead of what normal fields. In the last example, you have just supplied normal fields as input to this uh, request. Here we are supplying what keys or set of keys as input, or key or keys as input to this what do you call this object is a request object. Yeah, so that's it. Then you'll get a response. So that way you can understand how to make use of keys and non-keys. Non-keys means record the fields. Yeah? Now the next question. So what are specific APIs? There are a bunch of APIs as we discussed, guys. So we can also generate particular code and apply code from Hub Console also by using Swift Manager. We have separate tool. So within utilities, right? So we can use it. But normally we use it for what you call so JMS stuff, but we can also use it for building APIs also. Fine. So here you could able to see field names, just strongly type or whatever, right? So we can see it. And now, if you look at some of the ORS specific APIs, like we have got cleanse, put, get, put, search, match, call, whatever, right? Search query. These are the some of the what you call classes. This is used for to perform cleanse. This is to perform putable operations. This is to get the data. This is to put the data. This for search, match, or whatever, right? So we have these are specific what you call classes which are part of or a specific APIs. APIs means within each class you'll have a set of APIs. Yeah. So that's what it means. So cleanse put, yeah, for example, cleanse put combines the functions of cleanse and put API request to cleanse the specific record update or whatever, right? So which means we can use this cleanse put or cleanse get or cleanse to perform what request response for, especially for data cleanse, like stage load, whatever, right? So that's it. Now, if you look at this particular, how data would look like in XML. Remember, when we talked about SIF architecture, we have seen what you call it. We can talk to SIF framework by using what multiple protocols, right? So one of them is what HTTP with XML. So let us say here we got XML data, yeah, then use HTTP get, HTTP put again with XML so that we can perform pull and push. That's it. It's as simple as that. For example, here you can see the username, password, and source system and corresponding data over here for fields or whatever, right? So that we can put it as part of XML and perform push and pull. It's as simple as that. And similarly, so asynchronous, synchronous, wait, asynchronous, no wait. We all know that. And then events part again, JMS stuff. So that's it. This is how the messaging would work. External app, what you call can send event to input to this particular engine, which is going to process. Then you'll get it as outbound to this external application. This is a common thing, like how we can send an event to outside and how to receive event from outside. Yeah. So that's it. That will make use of message driven framework, which is part of JMS. So that will be taken care by Shift JMS queue, which is one of the class that we use to handle that. Yeah. This I think we talked about it. Yeah. So this is a simple way to understand. This is a simple example, guys, where we can see how to make use of this request, fill that request and send that as input to this hub so that we could able to get the response in a specific context. Yeah. So these are simple, what I call activities that I kept it as part of services integration framework. Yeah. So now the question, how do you perform this practically? So that we are going to see now, right? So I'll just close this out. Yeah, fine. So let us start getting into this tool, guys. All. So I request everyone to get into the tool, guys. Yeah. So here we are going to understand like how to what I call build shift-based application. Yeah. So let's open this Eclipse, all guys. Yeah. Like user exits we discussed, right, in the last session. Yeah. This is also similar to that. Nothing beyond that. Yeah. But user exit we focused only on what one specific functionality. But here we can focus on what set of functionalities. So remember that. Yeah. So let us see how it works. Yeah. To take care of set of functionalities. So please open this what Eclipse. Yeah. As before that, let me talk about some of the theoretical parts so that we'll directly get in hands-on of all. So that is over. Yeah. So anyways, if we'll do. Next is what. So we did not talk about I think security access manager, right? Yes or no? Yeah. So this particular module is going to help us in order to protect MDM of resources. Yeah, remember. So those resources can be protected, what you call like a private secure or specific to user, specific to group, specific to roles, whatever, right? We can define n number of users, and those users can access the resources based on the privileges like a read, write, execute, delete, merge. Yeah. So then resources could be anything like cleanse resources or base objects. All the dependent resources or base object like match rule sets, corresponding match rules, or any other HM profiles or any other resources that we have seen as part of MDM Hub. Yeah. We can categorize n number of resources which can be kept in multiple groups and then start providing appropriate access privileges. Yeah. And we can also define our own role, like a data steward role, a super user role, or dev role, or testing role, or prod role, or ops, or whatever, right? We can define and what you call provide appropriate privileges to the relevant role. And once we do that, then so we'll get corresponding access for the relevant users or groups associated to this particular role. Yeah. Yeah, so just to start with, SAM or Security Access Manager is a framework which is going to help us to protect MDM hub resources from unauthorized access. Yeah. So, which means base object, if you want to make it available to outside, then if you enable the checkbox, then from outside they can access it. If you don't, unauthorized, which means they cannot access. That's it. So that's simple example. Yeah. Then, so we can also use SAM, or which can enforce organization security policy decisions for MDM hub implementation. So authentication authorization. So remember, guys, let us say we can also use, let's say, some organization where they follow LDAP as authentication and for authorization mechanism. In that case, we can integrate this particular LDAP to MDM hub, and based on that, we can also adhere to that. That's also possible. But so we need to integrate by using what? Security providers within the configuration part of MDM hub. Yeah. Next, authentication. This is what? User verification. This particular user verification could take place within MDM hub because MDM hub has got its own internal authentication mechanism. But if you want to use third party, like just now we talked about, one of the external service provider for authentication is what? LDAP or some other, yeah, through uh, single sign or whatever, right? We can also use it, which means we can use LDAP for both authentication authorization. Yeah. So now authorization with privileges that we can make use of it for n number of resources. Can you see base objects, mappings, packages, and so on? Yeah. So batch groups, metadata, content metadata, HM profiles, audit table, yeah, and so on. These are all part of what? Resources. Those resources we can get it protected with the sufficient privileges with by taking care of internal authorization of MDM hub or by taking help from third party security provider. Yeah. But at top level, we can have resources with a private or secure, which means at resource level restriction. Yeah. You say private, they can't access. If you say secure, they could able to access it. But privileges, there are read, write, execute, merge, execute, delete also we have it. Yeah. So now the question, where do we take care with respect to what role? So role is basically the set of privileges to access MDM hub resources. For example, user one allocated assigned to dev role. Group one, let's say testing QA group assigned to, let's say, role. It's a QA role. Yeah. And QA role will have read, write, execute, delete, update permission. So this way, user level users can assign to this role, or groups also can assign to this role. So that you can get it configured quite easily within this security access manager. So can you see here, guys, how the relationship that we can see between the resource privileges? See, resource, so we can take any resource, there's a C party, secure, which is accessible. So where we can have privileges, read, create, update example. With let's say financial advisor role, yeah, then with this user. So which means we have got these privileges for this role and for this resource. Which resource? C party. For any user here, it's a user, some Jane, whatever, right? This user assigned to this particular role, financial advisor, with these privileges for the specific resource, which is C party. Yeah. So that's it. So now, if you look at this particular, yeah, this part, I think we have already talked about it. Yeah, so here you can see complete flow. Look at here, guys. On the left side, we could able to see users, groups. Then user can be assigned to a role, group also can be assigned to a role. Yeah. And now once you assign the role, and which should be mapped to what appropriate resource, like we have seen in the previous diagram, right? Party, yeah, which is part of hub. And so that's it. So this way, users and groups can be associated to any role pointing to any one or more resources of MDM hub. So this is what we need to do as part of security access manager, nothing else. So this diagram talks about what all we do with all the activity that we do within this security access manager. So nothing else. Yeah. And some of the hub resources we can see it here, like we have base object, cleanse function, HM profile, mapping, packages, right? So this is some of the resource type. Within base object, we can have dependent ones like cleanse functions and HM profile, whatever, right? We have even internal things. For example, can you see base objects? So then content metadata, whatever, right? Cleanse function, multiple categories. HM profiles, packages, other resources, whatever, right? I've just copied and pasted here. Yeah. So now privileges part, read, create, update, merge, execute. Yeah. So update, merge. So RWX we have in Unix, right? RWX. Then update, merge. This is the file privileges. Yeah. So we can also have a delete. Yeah. So next, how to organize n number of resources. For example, all address specific resources, party specific resources, whatever. So based on specific functionality, we can have group, which we call resource groups. Under that, we can have n number of resources. So that's it. So can you see, guys, this is how we can create a resource group. I just kept one example. Likewise, you can create n number of groups. Then roles part. So we can go to roles tool within this security access manager and start allocating the roles. Can you see here? Take any example package, read, create, update, delete, merge, and execute. There's a delete here. Total, there are 6 privileges over here. Yeah. So then we can go to roles, add a role, and then yeah, these things are straightforward, guys. We'll do practical examples. Yeah. At the end, we can also save this to some file for verification of this one configured here. So we'll do it practically. Yeah. Yes. So let's log on to the tool. After this, so I think I need to talk about batch viewer, right? I closed it. Yes. So we have to see this another topic, which is going to be, let me cover theory. Then we'll do practical stuff. Yeah, one by one. So once you take care of this production of resources for a given user group with appropriate roles for any resource, right? Next thing is what? Let us say we need to start executing different types of jobs. Yeah. So I think we have used batch viewer. Yeah. So, but only some jobs we discuss. Some I think we've not done. We'll see. And also batch groups. So calling n number of batch jobs in a sequence or in parallel. So that we can take a look at as part of this, and store procedures. Yeah. Remember, pre-built SP part we know, pre-built even Java also we know. And what we don't know is, like, if we write our own custom, what we call stored procedure, how to get it registered to MDM hub so that we can add that as part of what batch, either batch or batch group. Yeah. So we can write custom stored procedure, then so get it registered to MDM hub as part of C repos table. You'll get one input providing object. Get that, then now execute it by using what C repos table object, either from SOAP protocol or by using SIF. By using that, we can get it registered. Once you register, right, we could able to see that entry as part of C repos table object, yeah, or C repos table object underscore V. Once it is registered, then we can get it called from what batch group. That's all the procedure we follow for external stored procedures. Yeah. So next is what scheduling. If you want, we can also schedule it. You have statistics and we can see it. Scheduling, it's not that. Yeah. So batch job is a program that when executed come to discrete unit of work. Example, load job. It can load the data from stage to view. Likewise, we have multiple jobs. We have seen it. And every job will have corresponding SP. Now, without SP, you can also use pre-built Java stuff. Yeah. So earlier it was SP actually. Yeah. So in Hub console, we could able to see batch where batch group that we know it. To execute it, we can use one of them. And this also we know. Yeah. So this, remember guys, whenever or whatever we do within this batch, right? So from where the statistics would be pulled? Yeah, that's a question, right? So that's where we got C repos table object and corresponding view. One is a table, another is a view, where we could able to see the metadata about SPs or whatever, right? Now, so once you do that, we can also fire a query and see public with a public indicator. Yeah, and then if you want to what you call retrieve some what you call information about some specific job, clun job, we can also write it. Remember, guys, so we can execute these jobs either by using stored procedure or by using what Java. We got both the provisions. Yes, I know. Earlier versions SP. Now most of the people they use what Java stuff. This is synchronization, executing steps in a synchronous mode. Yeah. So zero means success, non-zero failure. That's the default behavior in batch viewer and also in what batch group. Yeah. Now the question: if you want to automate your own what you call your batch activities, right? Now what we discussed so far was so we could able to execute a batch job by using what batch viewer, and then now we have seen the metrics. Now the question, if you want your own what you call statistics or you want to gather the statistics on your own way outside MDM Hub, to do that, we need to understand the backend tables. That's where we can see statistics from these tables, like C repo job control underlying dependent tables. Example, start run date, end run date, status, okay, return code, message, whatever, right? So all these are all what pre-built fields. We can just pull the data from these fields so that we can also get it in work from outside. Yeah. So which means not mandatory that we need to execute this MDM jobs only from either from batch viewer or from batch two. So we can also get it in work from outside. One by using pre-built SP, second by using what associated Java calls. We got both the ways. So example, let us say, so we need to set auto merge flag. This is a pre-built indicator, guys. We can set to 1. We have seen this in the match table, right? Now the question, if you want to what you call build our own, let us say PL/SQL block, where we need to call auto merge job, example, which is part of merge manager package. So these are pre versions, but now we can also use auto merge Java code to execute it. Yeah? So both are same only. It will have some input parameters, then output parameters. It takes table name, username, and it returns what? Return code and corresponding error message. Yeah. So we can just call this auto merge like this in PL SQL block where we supply input like table name, username, and error message so that we could able to get the response. Let's say output is what? One is error message, return code. That's it. This is how we can execute what merge job. Similarly, group is what? A collection of jobs. You know, so which can be called in any mode, parallel or sequential mode. Yeah. So now the question, how to execute batch groups? We got a package, execute batch group. Similarly, Java also we got similar APIs. So to execute it, can you see guys? So we can supply this URL as example here. You can supply this URL inputs, URL, username, password, then output ports, output parameters, error message, whatever, right? Then we can print this error code message, which is a result of this particular batch group. Yeah. So that's it about what you call batch viewer and batch group, secure access manager, and set. I think I covered the theoretical part of the leftover modules. Now we need to start getting into practical stuff one by one. Yeah. So let us start with the first and foremost thing, which is going to be what? SIP. You know, I request everyone to get into the VM, guys. Yeah. The first thing, let us try to open the Eclipse. Yeah. So before we open, so we have got pre-built code, which is kept as part of where? One second. If you don't have code, right? I've just kept in a shared drive, guys. You guys can access it. Yeah. So can you see here under soft folder, I kept MDM zip, which is a RAR file, and MDM connection, yeah, or both the RAR files, whatever. Yeah. You can just copy these two files onto your local. Yeah. Guys, you can just issue this IP address. IP address is I think 192.168.1.69. Let's see. Yes, can you see guys 192.168.1.169. Please issue this what IP, go to start, run, and type 192.168.1.169. Yeah. Say enter. See, you can see soft folder. Within that, you can just copy these two files onto your machine. Now from there, you can just copy it to your VM. Yeah. Can you please do that, guys? All. Yeah. Could able to access this soft folder from this IP address?
It's
If
asking
not,
for user password.
oh really?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, same for me. It is asking for user and password.
Okay. One second. Let me try from one of the system. Then how? Let me log out from here. Yeah, can I have one ID please, which let's say user. Okay. So now we are here, right? So go to this start. Oh, correct, no? It just come, right? So if you click it, discuss. No. It's working, right? Hmm? Yeah, so who has got access problem? So probably can just share a system. I tried from 104. So now I'll try to copy this. Two files, two is one local. Okay, it's already there, right? 04. Yeah,
It's
these two
asking
files.
network password.
Asking for network path. That,
Yeah,
okay.
it is
Yeah.
asking for network password, username password.
Yes.
Can you please, can I have one of the event ID and login and so? Sika, right?
Yeah.
What's your ID, madam?
106.
106, huh? Okay.
From outer Windows, we need to access it, right?
We need to do outside VM.
That able to, yeah.
So I think you are doing within VM, right? Outside VM you should do. Then from here, so you can just take these two files and I'm just doing it for 104. Then get into this VM, yeah, and paste it here. See, I pasted here. You got no? First, we need to copy it onto the host, then copy it onto the guest. Guest is a VM, right? Yes, sir. So come outside VM, then get it from that IP 192.161.169. Yeah. Sikal, can you please try, madam? No, I think you would have tried inside VM, right?
Okay, okay. Let me try.
What was the IP?
Yes, Rahul.
What was the IP?
192.168.1.169. 192.168.1.169. So I'll type it here. Yeah, I kept in chat box. Others also. So once you get to that IP, right, soft is shared already. Within a soft, two RAR files, MDM connection and SIF. No? Please copy those things too. Like I did here, right? 104. Same thing you need to do. Yeah? First we connected. Let me go back. Okay. This is to connect. Look at here. My system, right? This is a IP. Yeah. If you want to supply this IP, right? Enter. You will see soft folder. Then double click. Then take these two files and copy this to your own local. Yeah. So 104 I'm doing it. Yeah, we'll talk about what each RAR file does. Yeah. Yeah, I think now you are able to access, right? Yes or no, guys? I think yes.
Yes, Nasim.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So once you copy, I just copied it to this local soft folder. Then from here, select these two files. Yeah. Copy and paste it under our VM, which is Win764 VM, right? So wherever you want, you can just place it. Let us say we'll place it under example. C drive. Any folders? Yes, there's a temp folder. Yeah. Paste it here. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. Now, next, you can just extract this. Right click, extract files. You will do. Say okay. That's the first thing. So MDM safe folder, we got it. The next MDM connection also you can just extract files. Enter. See MDM connections has coming. So here, yeah, probably I'll talk about it from my system. So one system I've shown it guys, like how to copy from network to host, then from host to guest, then placing it under temp folder extract. So that much is enough. Yeah. So now let me come out from this VM. So I'll use my own VM. So now 104. Yes, I logged out. 769. Okay. Fine. So now copy part is done. Now the next step. So we need to go to this VM and then yes. So wherever you want, you can just place it. Here's we got MDM connection here, right? And CIF also we have it here. CIF also an extend it. Right? So we got CIF also. So what it contains, we'll see. Oh, CIF itself has got all MDM connection. Yes. The first thing, let me talk about from practical point of view. First thing, so we need to look at property file. Siberian client.properties file, guys. Under MDM connection, you will see that. And if you open this file, so we need to some inputs block to MDM hub. What are those inputs, right? So can you see ORS ID? So this you'll get it from hub console. So if you open this hub console, yeah, where go to this enterprise manager. Yeah. So ORS databases, select any ORS, let's say MDM sample. This is going to be the ID. Yeah. You just copy and paste it somewhere. Yeah. Fine. So make sure that you collect this data. So I'll just open a notepad. Yeah, paste it here. That is ID, right? Then what else is required? Second one, username and password. We are using admin username and password. I'll just put it to the notepad again. Username admin, password we are using RISL123, right? So these three are done. Now the protocol that we use here is, let us say, simple HTTP protocol, because when we logged on to this, what you call hub, what we have used, so we have, so what we have used this simple HTTP protocol. If you try to copy this link and put it in what? Notepad. See, this is going to be simple HTTP. HTTP also you can put it like this. So this is going to be the URL that we used to log on to this, right? So that's it. That's the next thing, and that's a default. And then, so we are not using EJB. That's not applicable. And then we have what do you call? So we are not using this URL. So SOAP URL. So and we are using HTTP, right? So which means within HTTP, we use this URL to request localhost or 1.0.0.1 8080 CMX request. So this is a URL we use to log on to this app console, right? Then use request to request or something from HubSpot. So please remember this one. I'll just copy and paste it in the notepad. So instead of this URL, I'll paste it this way. That's all. Yeah. So this is the what key, and that side is a value. Yeah. What is the key here? HTTP URL. That's it. So which means we need to supply these 4 inputs in order to talk to what? HubSpot. That is a summary. Yeah. So please place it in one place, guys, so that we'll be using these 4 inputs to talk to HubSpot. Yeah.
In real world, Narasimha, do we store this user ID and password at such open
No.
space?
No. So no, actually we encrypted password we copy, we paste it here. So we have Java encryption utility, right? You can just run this text against with that utility. It will generate encrypted password. You can just paste it here. That's what we normally do.
Okay. And before calling the service, we have to use the decryptor as well, no?
Exactly. So yes, and once we encrypt, right, we need to decrypt. Yeah, you are right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So make sure you remember these 4 inputs, guys. I think we're all on the same page so far. Yes or no, guys? Yeah. Yes. Now, first let's understand one by one. From outside, let us try to talk to MDM now. This means establish communication. After that, we'll see the data operations, right? Right. So let us try to get into this Eclipse. Open Eclipse. Okay. So some name. I think I've already done this project. Let's see. Yes. So in this looks like I've already done it. Okay. Fine. So let us create new project, new Java project. Fine. Let us say This is what so this JRE, so where we use JDK 1.7 to update 80 and then finish it. In case if you want to change, then we can also change. So we are using this. If you want to add something else, we can go to add and specify appropriate VMware by getting into appropriate directory. Yeah. So anyway, we are using JDK 1.7, which is part of this location. If you go and edit it, where we can see this JDK, right? Till this, yeah. So within that, we got a JRE also. Yeah. I think till this, I think we're all on the same page, right? JDK part also. Yes or no? That's it. And click on finish. Yeah. Up connection, right? Yeah. Now nothing is there in this. Now let us try to what you call import code. So go to file system. Done. Click on next. Similar to user exit, like what we did yesterday, right? And browse to your location where we have this. Yeah? So let's say I have MDM connection. Yeah, let us start with MDM connection. Yeah. Because source files. Yes. So please select MDM connection and set finish. That's it. Let's say S2 on. Yeah, see there are multiple errors. Yeah. What is the name again? Wrong name again. That's okay. We'll try to fix it. So this is going to the code, right? So where we can see package MDM connection. So we can just what you call change this path. So that will refer hub connection instead of MDM connection. Yeah. Let's say go to project properties, Java build. Can you see here? All are not available. These jars. So we need to supply this. Yeah, because this project is not valid project. Yeah. So just now let us say we got this project where we can see properties. Yeah. So one second. What happened to this? Let me open it here. Go to project. Yes. So here can you see the libraries? Yeah? So these are the libraries. We can import those libraries in case if you don't have it. Go to external jars. Can you see here SDK, CIF SDK label? So which means let me go to that location. C drive, Info MDM, resource kit, SDK, SIF SDK within the lib. So these are the jars required for SIF. Yeah. So if you go to this location, please look at this location. Yeah. Resource kit, SDK, SIF SDK. Yeah. So under that link. Yeah. Yeah. Now we need to add this libraries. So you can say just select 1, 2, select these jar files. Yeah. We will be using Access Framework. This is for XML parsing. Other common jar files. Then say what? Okay. That's it. Yeah. So this way we can get it. Yeah. So yeah. So please get that by using external jars. I repeat, go to this location, SDK, SIF SDK link under Info MDM. So then select this one folder, 2 folders, and other Java files. Say open. So they'll appear as part of this. Yeah. So let me expand this where we have. Can you see here? First one, caster, it has come from SIF SDK, and also commons and also common pool log4j from SDK lib only directly. Cyprian API SDK lib, sorry, SIF SDK. Then Cyprian common. These are what independent of what we call jar files. Yeah. So please try to get that. Yeah. Yeah, guys, just add it, add external jobs. Yeah. So once you do that, then so it will be compiled. If you don't do that, it won't be compiled. So because here we are using SIF, can you see these are all SIF based classes. Yeah. Like field, parameter, record key. I think we talked about field, record key. Others anyway we have not discussed. Yeah. Is it imported, guys? All. Aditi, Anish, Sanket, Dayanand, Ekta, all. Mahendra, Rahul. Yeah. So we know the location, right? Yeah, this one is the location. So this we need to place it as part of libs. Yeah. Dependence. Yeah. For example, let us say I delete something. I delete all, let's say here. Assuming that nothing is, I'll delete it. Yeah. Say okay. See, now we got error messages. Itself. Forms I print SIF one. SIF itself is not there, right? Yes or no? Now to fix it, go to this project, go to properties, select libraries tab here under Java build path. Yep. Then add external jars. So we can select this, and independent jar files. Yeah. Please select this and say open. See, there got added. Apply and OK. See, now issues are gone. That's it. Yeah, so this how you can just fix this, nothing else. Yeah. Earlier we got another project problem because there's a conflict with this and that. That's why I deleted that. Yeah, clear guys all? So Ankit and Ashish done and like Mahindra, Robert. Is it working? Sandeep?
I'm still getting error on java.util.
Oh, you do now. Can you please share Sandeep? Let's see.
This is Keshav. Let me share.
Please share Keshav. Util now. Util data is not set. Okay, make it full screen. Huh? Okay. And yes, Keshav. What you did? Oh, you tell me Java is not ready. Can you please go to your project menu, properties. JDK is not there. Correct, no? You click
Okay,
on.
how do I deploy?
So now, okay. So we need to add that JDK, right? So there is a Java. Yeah, click on Java. Click on that. Java compiler.
Okay.
Yes. So which is one dot. Oh, it's referring wrong one. So you have not used at all, which means you are not created. Yeah. Cancel this. Yeah. Create, just delete this project. Say okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now delete even user exit also. I think looks like you are using other one. Just delete that. Delete. Yeah. Say okay. Right. Now nothing is there. Then go to file, new Java project. Then here you can see 1.7, right? Yes or no? You can select use environment as JRE, radio button.
Second one.
First one you can select.
Okay.
That is fine. Yeah. So location, huh? So you can give some name. Yeah. Click on next. So finish. Now, so right click on your project, MDM connection, import. Import. Go to file system. Select your.
It's a downloads.
Equipment desktop. Expect the one. Okay, and that's fine. No, enable the checkbox on the left side. Say finish.
Yeah.
Oh, it is going to get that because you already set properties. Say no. Oh,
Yeah.
then your JDK will be gone, I think. That's fine. So let us see. Open the code. No, don't do it. Let's try to fix it. Open the code. Yeah. No package, whatever. So utils, right? Everything is gone. So we should not overwrite. Go to
Okay.
properties. If you go and look at Java build path, See, JR is there, but it's pointing to something else. Correct, no? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Click on JR. No. Click on JRE. Click on
Uh,
JRE. Last one.
Which one?
Last one. JRE. JRE library is there. Library. One of the library in the list here. In the
Okay.
list. Come down. Last one.
Yeah.
Last. Click on that. Yeah. Then edit. Yeah. Now supply. Click on drop down. Select that. Right. Select it. Save. Finish. Right. Now
Yeah.
it is okay, right? Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Now similarly, other jars, right? You can delete other jars. Just select and delete. Yeah, very good, Keshav. Fantastic. Yeah. Delete. Now click on add external jars. Yes. Go select first folder and exercises and other files. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Then open. Say okay.
Okay.
Yes. Now I think it's compiled, right? Looks like there are no errors.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
Yes, I think now, I think others, I think you also can follow same thing, guys. I think we have done it from the scratch on Keshav system. Yeah? Same thing, you guys also can do it. It's clear, right? To all. Ankit, Ashish, Dayanand, Ekta, Gaurav, all. Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So now let me share my desktop.
Thank you.
Yeah? Okay. So go to my system. Yeah. So whatever library, so all this, make sure that the jar and this jar is pointing to the right one. That's all you need to do, nothing else. Yeah. Now, no errors. We've got only warnings. That is fine. Now, now what we need to do here within this, we got source file. Let me open this file. See, this is the file, right? So what does it contain? Let us see that. Yeah. So we can see the first and foremost thing is what? SIF client, yeah, for client interaction. And these are all SIF based classes. I think we talked about this class, what it does, some of them. Now we are writing our own class. That's why we are trying to build an application. Yeah. So application means we'll be using simple main method, which is an entry point for building any application in Java, right? So URL based application, we have already seen it in data governance yesterday, right? So now we are trying to look at non-URL based, it's an application. So because anything we can build to talk to Hubster, I'm trying to cover multiple flavors. First thing, we are trying to create an instance of this particular class, which is our own class, yeah, and then call run method. In run method, we are going to build our own functionality. So go to that run method. So before we get to run method, can you see there's a global class, which is a Cyprian client. You know, through that client only, client object only, we can call the appropriate method. Let's see what is that. Yeah. Can you see, guys? Cyprian client dot new Cyprian client, where we need to supply the properties dot client dot properties. Yeah. So just put that. We'll try to fix that. Yeah. So which means we could able to get the connection using that. Yeah. So this code is for registration. Umang was asking question yesterday about custom procedure, right? For that one, I just kept the code here. we can take out. Yeah. So which means here we can just what you call get the properties to connect to MDM hub. So which is creating instance and get this object field with connection properties. Yeah. Now the next question. Let us say, so we need to perform get or whatever, right? So before we perform, make sure that the connection is successful. Like let's make sure that this works. Yeah? Let us run this. Because property file, see, it's not successful. So we can see the issues here. So no record form for the specified record key, which means connection is established already. So which means we can go to property file where we have got Cyprian client properties. So where do we have this Cyprian client properties? Can you see property file? Then this one. So if you open this, see here we have got this ORS ID. Like I think I kept it as part of notepad, right? ORCL MDM underscore sample. Please apply, guys. So ORCL, whatever we discussed, right? Same thing we could able to see as part of properties file. First thing, ORS ID. Second, username. Third, password. And fourth we will see. First, let's focus on 3. Please apply these 3. I think in your case also it will be same only names. All 3 details are same. Done. Keshav with Ashish. All. Done. So once you supply this, last one you need to supply it. For that, go to the bottom slowly, or I will go to the end. Last one, right? Where we can see protocol is what? HTTP. Yeah, that's what we are using. And the URL, this one, just copy and paste from Notepad. So same thing we can see here, right? That's it. Yeah. Yeah, done. So that's it. Over. That so because these 4 details are right, so we could able to connect it already. So which means the connection is successful. It is passed already this one, right? So after that, the end what you call control has come to this. Yeah. Till this. Yeah. So no record form. You can just click on this exception. So where you can see server exception because no data. Where do we have it? So that one we can just traverse here, right? So before you traverse, can you see get request is one of the class. Here we are trying to do what? Get the data from App Store with a given row ID object. So now let's go to Hub Console and see the data in Data Manager with one of the row ID. So we need to select sample because we separate sample ORS ID, right? Yeah. So get ORS from party, sorry, row ID from party base object here. Yeah. Yes. So here you can see edit, let's say we have got 80. So you can see base object cell 80 right here. So 80 is the row ID object. Yeah. Yeah. Fine. 80 you can see here. So it's a row ID object. So I double clicked on it. So here you can see the row ID. This is row ID is different. 643. I clicked something else. Yeah, whatever. Any row ID object which is valid ID. No? Let's say 80 example. No? So now I'll just type 80 instead of some number. So record key we discussed, right? Which means row ID object we supplied as input. Then populate request object based on this particular record key that contains row ID object. Now, as we all know that to pull the data from App Store, we need package. So we have used which package to get into this data manager pkg party. So same thing, I've just scripted it here pkg underscore party. So that anyway you'll get it as part of packages. Yeah. So if you go to packages, here you can see pkg party. Yeah. So that's it, this one. See here pkg underscore party is actual physical name. Yeah. So that's what I gave here. Fine. Next, now request object got filled with this package with this record key which contains value 80. Now we need to pull the data corresponding to this particular row ID object. Now, to do that response, we need to go with what? Response object. So based on this class, we create response object and call process method by supplying request object as input to this process method. This is common, guys. User exit also we have seen that, and in class we have seen class method. Yeah, base also is same. So that's it. Yeah. Next, in order now we got a response. Let us say empty or filled doesn't matter. Based on the data, we can take a call on that. But if you have a data, so we need to iterate row by row and get the data. To do that, in Java we use what? Iterator class. So how do you get that? You get that all the records from response object that we got it here. Iterator, because we are using iterator to loop through. Yeah. So now iterate is just like a pointer, guys. Pointer 1, pointer 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 record like that. Yeah. If it has a next record, it will keep on traversing. So get the next, store it in what? Record. Record is again class, right? We have seen that. Now let us try to, let's say, disable this. And now let's say here, let me just uncomment. Yeah? We are trying to print what? party values. So where from record element get field, we have got display name as part of yeah. So can you see display name here? There's a display name. If you go and look at the actual physical name, yeah, we can get it from party base object table that you'll have display underscore name. Yeah. So let us go and see. So you go to columns, then you will see. Yeah, display name is this is a display name is label, and then display underscore name is a physical name. Yeah, so we need to supply the physical name here. Yeah. Similarly, second one, get field party type. So we are trying to get one more column data, party type. You can see party underscore type, right? Yeah, like organization, person, whatever. Yeah. So that's it. Let's say we are trying to get two fields data from which is party based object table with package party through package party. We are not directly giving the table name. Instead, we are using package party. Yeah. Within package party, it will be using the party base object table. That is the Java package. Yeah. Can you see here? So here, look at the query where we can see C party. It's using that. Yes, sir. So that's it. So now, so we supplied package and write key, which is the query object. With that, we should get the data. Let us see. Yes. See, we got right time Warner organization. That's it. Which means with this, we could able to talk to Hub Store and pull one record only because we supplied only one row ID object. So we can also see the same thing even from the back end also. So let us say it's select start C underscore party where I think that's the one. Okay. What? Yes. Yeah. Can you see toy object 18? Here we can see display name and party type. We are getting two, right? Yes. Can you see time Warner? Display name, right? Yes or no? Cable programming, whatever. So same thing we got as part of what result? Time Warner cable programming, whatever. Yeah? So that's it. That's the first thing. Second one is what? Party type. Yeah. We can directly type rather than scrolling here. Party type is what? Organization. So we can say it. That's it. So with this, we know like how to talk to MDM hub by supplying this properties file. And second, once you establish connectivity, right? Second, we could able to supply one row ID object and package and get the corresponding data from App Store. So that's it. This is a simple example to talk to MDM hub and pull the data. I hope this first part is clear, right? Yes or no? Guys, all. Aiti, Anish, Ankit, Anand, Ekta, Gaurav, Keshu, Mahendra, all. Yeah. Yes or no, guys?
Yes, yes.
Oh, fantastic. So now the next step is what? How to pull the bulk records. We talked about the presentation, right? Search query request. So now let me try to comment this. Instead of one record, Now let us try to get what? Bulk records. To do that, we can just uncomment this. I've already kept the code ready, guys. So I'll comment. Yes. So now here what we are trying to do here. So whatever we have seen in the presentation, I just copied same thing from here. So here search query request search. Now we are creating object for search query request class. Now for bulk retrieval we are doing here. Set records return, same thing, 5 only I copied in the presentation, right? And then package, set object to edit package party. Now filter criteria, party type like any party type, organization, person, whatever. Then see here the filter parameter person. So we are trying to get the party type. It's a person param. There's one more object which is array list. Yeah. Filter criteria. Then based on this person type, which is party type as person, then get only 5 rows. That's what we are doing. Yeah. So response search. Then same thing. Get records iterated. This thing is same. Now within a loop, we can start uncommenting this where I've just kept the message. So person data from party table with bulk option. So where we are trying to pull what again here also party type. Yeah. So then we can also see display name both. Yeah. But bulk option nothing else. Instead of 1 record, right? Here we are setting 5 records. Get 5. If you have it, you'll get it. If you have more than 5, you'll not get it. You'll get only first 5 records. Yeah. It is already compiled here, right? No problems. Now we can run. Yeah. We should get first 5 rows. Let us see that. Yeah. Yeah, see here, we got it here. Yeah. So person, 5% should be. Yeah. This is the first one with the corresponding name. Second one corresponding. Third one corresponding. Fourth one corresponding. Fifth one corresponding. That's it. 5 rows we got it. Party type and display name. Yeah. Now let us say you want all the rows, not specific to only first 5. Then uncomment that. Sorry, comment that. Yeah. So request search object contains only package. Package contains select start from party table. So you should get all the rows with person party type only. Now let us see. Yeah. See, now we got more than that. Let me just make it full. See, so we have many, right? So many rows. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. So it is more than 5. There are many rows here. So you can see, right? So that's it. This way we can also get all the rows based on party type person. Similarly, if you want based on, let's say, organization, if you have data, you will get it, or else you won't get it. So there is no data because typo problem, right? Yes or no? So that's it. Yeah. Yes, see, we got it, right? Here also we got many rows. This is another party type. Yeah. So that's it. Like how one can set a filter condition. So based on filter condition, you'll get data. So this is the bulk option. So individual record we know, bulk also we know. Yes or no? Now, so retrieval part we discussed. Now let us focus on inserting data to what? MDM part. So that's going to be the next step. Let me uncomment this. Yeah, comment this line. So no errors. Make sure that no errors here. Right now, here what we are trying to do, plans we discussed, right? Plans put plans. Yeah, yes or no. Now we can see here plans put request class, which is going to help us in order to perform putable operations, which means insert data to a base of particular hub, so you can say. Yeah. So now in this case, we are creating record object and filling the data SFA party, mapping SFA party, where we are inserting, let's say, I'll just put Narasimha 1 and ID, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sample. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. CRM ID and first name. Yeah. So and then we are also setting last update date, whatever. Yeah. Then use what? Plans put response for everything, right? Request response. First one, get request get response. Second one, search query request, search query response. Now, plans put request, plans put response. That's all. Yeah. So now, can you see we are trying to print two. One source system key, third source system name. That's all we are trying to get it here. Yeah. Now, let us try to run. Oh, let me take this like this. It's taking this much time. Yes, it's taking time. It's so long it took it. Yeah. Now step two times. Sometime but so you see it's inserted right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and SFA source system. So which means we inserted and we also pull the data. So both are done here. So that's it. So this way would able to what? Perform even data manipulation to hub store. So likewise, we can take a look at what you call n number of APIs under CIF SDK, where we can see Java doc. Within that, we can open index where we can see multiple APIs supported by this services integration framework. So we can see what multiple APIs here. So we have used only some of them. So we can see even EJB stuff and even batch related APIs and also get dependent part, get request, get response. We've already used it, and so on. So you can see multiple APIs based on our need, right? All can be done here without dependent on data governance, right? If something goes wrong, we need to talk to those guys to get the response, right? Instead of that, if you build your own stuff like search query request, search query response, I think this also we have done. Yeah. These are the multiple what you call APIs. If you just take whatever the details that you want, right? So plan put request. So this is the signature. So follow the signature. You'll also get some sample code. We can make use of it to build it. And similarly, plan request. You can also see this sample piece here. Can you see here? You can take this as a base to build your own stuff and what it takes. So we can see all that description if you want to understand, but that much is not required. So self-explanatory, guys. We don't need to think too much on this. So that's it. Like how to build what I call this Java code over here. Yeah. Another way is what simple way, which is I don't know whether ChatGPT gives us this result or not. Let me see. So else if you don't know Java also, you can just get the job done. Let me try to show. So I promise that I'll show at least one example from AI tool. So AI modeling, which what I've done. It has come. Let's say, so right, and get yes. So here also we could able to see the Java code. So they are written different way, but in case if you are not sure, right, like how to write a code, you can also take the help from this SIF. So they have not exposed it. That's why it's not using SIF APIs. Instead, it's using what? Its own what do you call methods. Set request method and get response. So we have multiple ways to do it, not only one way. So modify above code. Modify. So above code with get request class. So which means if you don't want that code to be used, then we can ask for it. So let's see here. Now the code got changed based on what we request. So we asked for get request and get response. See here. So the code also does return get request, what it does, all that. Likewise, you can also generate a code, or we can give input of this if SDK as input to this, what do you call GPT, to get us this code generated, or else you can also write whichever you're comfortable, right? We can do it. Fine. So that's it, guys. Like how to what do you call build our own application, by using what SIF APIs. Exception, these things are just script general things. So that's all, guys. I think we covered getting and also quoting. That's what we do. So both are covered. Yeah. Any
And
questions on?
Narasimha, quick question. Yes. So DES are also APIs that can also generate APIs.
Sorry, say it again.
DES, business entity services, that can also generate API.
Best, sir.
Mm-hmm.
It will, it has got its own. That is different. Those APIs are different from what we have used here. Yes. Ultimately, they'll also make use of APIs. You're right. Yep.
So what's the difference between these two?
Oh, that is from the provisioning perspective. This is from external application perspective. That's it. Scope is different, but the concept is same.
So you could give an example when to use BES APIs and when to use SIF APIs.
So this is, see, here we are trying to build normal application. That is what web-based application. That's the first difference you got, right? That's what I started with explaining what we are using here. Simple main method. Main indicates what? A standalone application. Clear, Uma? Which means we cannot invoke this application from the browser. But you have to answer a question best that can be invoked from the browser by supplying the URL. For example, if you deploy your business entity service in the deployment location of this application server, which is under here, right? So that we can just invoke it from what browser. For example, whatever can be seen here, right? Entity 360 or Looker web service or part of web service or provisioning, all of them are available from the browser. Now, can we make this application like what we built it in the browser? Answer is no, because our goal is just to build standalone application, because service part we have already discussed, data governance yesterday, right? So now we are trying to talk about non-service, which is simple application. Through that, how to interact with hub and pull the data and push the data. That's what we discussed. That is from URL. This is non-URL. Simple difference. Uma?
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing about we can build custom application using BA services as well, right? Like underlying anyways you are use here also we are using SIF APIs which can be invoked from SOAP UI or browser. So BAs can be invoked, BAs also can be invoked from
Yes.
browser or SIF APIs, and that also can be used to make the custom applications. It's like what is our
Yeah,
purpose? Both
functionality-
SIF and
yes.
base are
Functionality is same. The invocation point is different. This is invocation point standalone application. That is browser. That's all.
no standalone application I can call BS as well in a standalone application. It's like it depends on me like how I'm creating my application. If I want it to be a standalone application, I want it to be a web application. Here also we are calling the APIs only, which are SIF APIs, which is SOAP based.
That
It's
is-
a technology difference, right? This is a SOAP based APIs. Those are REST based APIs, but both
That's
are
all.
APIs. So it can be both can be used to create the
Let me give an
standalone
example, Narasimha. Let's say I'm using some middleware. I want to build an integration. I want to okay, let's talk about the put operation. I want to create a customer, let's say, using that middleware.
Mhm.
Okay. Now help me understand in that scenario, should I use SIF API or BES API?
So yeah, one second. Just to let me put 2 points here. If you want to expose your API to outside, then we need to go with what service calls. Internally, how we do it's a different story. That's API, that is common. To expose, we go with what URL or which internally converted REST or EJB or so. Clear, no? But here, when you build simple application, we cannot expose to outside, to the public.
Yeah, correct.
There's a difference. Yeah, now go ahead, your question, Uma.
No, so
Uma, I can't hear. Something wrong huh, from my side.
can you hear me now?
Yes, I got this.
So the question remains the same. I want to create a customer from a middleware, right?
Mhm.
Would the BES API serve that purpose or SIF API serve that purpose? Maybe not directly, but indirectly by converting into some external service. Which
Yes.
service should I convert into the external service? Should it be BES or should it be SIF
No.
service?
Within BES also we can use SIF APIs. BES
Fine.
just
Okay.
expose it. That's it. Nothing else. Uma.
No,
Expose
but
it.
again,
Go ahead, please.
still with my original question. To create the customer, let's say you got a requirement to create the customer from some middleware, non-Informatica middleware. Let's say we are not using IICS or anything. Okay, let's say it's a third-party middleware solution from where I want to create the customer.
You want
Right.
to create a customer, one customer record.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, which service would you use? Would it be SIF, BES, or something else?
So yeah, we can use both. BES we can use to create it from the browser. We can also use standalone to create a customer record. Both we can use it, but underlying APIs could be same. Uma?
So underlying API would be same. That part I'm not able to understand. What do you mean by that?
For example, let us say if you want to make it, let's say web enabled, right? Then we use what? WSDL, like web service differential language, right?
That is not web enabled. Like I said, it will be used by the middleware. I understood. If it has to be web enabled, then I think BES is the better option, right?
Yeah, web enable is exposing outside. Non-web enable means confined to your local. That's it. But underlying functionality is same. Web enablers will start with either XSD or WSDL with some appropriate protocols to get the job done. The way
Yeah.
we do is different. That's it. Nothing else. But bottom APIs will be same, but top will be different. Like we start with the
Okay.
WSD, all that. That's all the difference.
Okay, fine. In that scenario, top is going to be, let's say, a soap service that you will have to develop, correct? I think that's what you're saying.
Either SOAP or some other perspective through
Or RESTful
XSD.
service,
There are many
maybe.
ways.
Maybe RESTful service. Okay.
Yes, rest outside.
Now, when you say bottom, in the bottom API, which one would you use? SIF or BES?
You are right. Perfect. Yeah.
Which one would you use? I'm asking.
Sorry, which one?
Which one would you use? Would it be SIF or
Depends,
BES?
right? It depends. For example, let's say I do not want to expose my activities to outside. In that case, I'll use normal APIs in normal application to get the job done. But others, let us say, no, I want my thing to be available public so that I'll also take the feedback from others. I'll also take the what you call entries from others, whatever. In that case, we go with web-based. It depends.
Narasimha, everything is, if we talk about the API world, we have to expose the data, and that's why we are using the API. What is local? Local, nothing is local. Like we
No,
are
standard
in an
application.
enterprise environment. Just let me complete, please.
No, Vivek,
Yeah.
let us say this is a standalone application. Can we use this outside without installing it? No, right? Yes, sir.
I got it. That's what. See, the question is like if I have to create a record from some other system, okay, how we have, what is the better method to create any system? It could be a external application hosted somewhere, it could be a web application, it could be a middleware. It will just facilitate, right? For that facility, there are two frameworks Informatica has provided, which is one is SIF, the other is BES. So that will get connected with that other application, that middleware, to facilitate that creation, right? Or either if this is also a standalone application that can also be invoked from some other application if required, right? So the normal question was like if someone has to create a record from some other system, which is better, SIF or BES? That's it. That's the question.
So base is better.
Okay, why?
That's what. So once you just deploy it from anywhere, we can access it without any problem. We deploy. Once you deploy, right, in deployment location apps have a middleware, right? Anybody can access it quite easily. Standalone means you need to send this complete application. They need to install and start make use of it. That headache will not be there.
I see. Okay. Okay. So you can convert this also. You can consume this also inside the base API, and then BES can be used by the external API. Is that correct?
That is possible. That is possible. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I think I got it.
Yeah. So
can we write custom SIF APIs?
What is it, custom?
Custom SIF APIs? Can we have our own user-specific SIF APIs?
Right. Yeah, we can write, but we need to follow the framework, like whatever SIF follows. Yes, that is very much possible now, Uma. But you know what? SIF has got some limitations, Uma, because they are not performance effective APIs. Yeah. So yes, what you said is right. If you write your own API, anyway, which requires good programming language knowledge, then we can write it. Yes, it's very much possible. Like we talked about what do you call clients. See, this is all similar to that. We use the existing template and build your own functionality. No?
Okay. Maybe a question on the similar lines, like the match and merge functionality while inserting the record. Is it being performed in both the cases, BES and SIF?
Yes, we can do in both the ways. So from anywhere, see, these are underlying APIs. So from where we call, it's up to us. That is possible. Yep, both the places. Yep.
No, but standard Informatica services, like in the index file you have shown the SDK, right, where there are different methods.
Oh,
Those methods, do they perform match and merge while inserting the record into the BO, or they don't, or they
no, we
blindly
need to
insert the record?
write a code, but we need to write a code. We have got some other APIs to get that job done, like match, merge, whatever. There are some other APIs.
So you're saying match and merge doesn't happen by default. We have to first do it and
No,
then
not
only
by
insert.
default. You have to write a code. See, here we are trying to build ourselves, which means we have to write a code for everything. So,
Got it.
for
Got it.
example,
That's in the case of SIP. But how about the BES APIs? Match and merge happens by default over there, or there also
no,
the
no,
similar
no.
case?
Everywhere we have to call. Without calling, we cannot get that job done.
Okay.
Right? So, see,
Sim-
these are extensions. So, where if you want to extend of what is not there in default, either provisioning or MDM hub or better governance, right? We just get it done. That's all, nothing else. Extra things, yeah, which are not as part of default tools. Yeah. So that's it. I think with this we'll take a break for some time. Umang and others.
Yes.
Sim, one quick question. So
After
for
the
this,
break. Yes, Diana has come back.
so just this for after break. Just I mean to for this application, right? Like
Okay.
what we have built to call a cleans function.
Mhm.
Let's say we are building a put call application. Okay.
Mhm.
Instead of clean, we are calling a put. So can we have one example where we insert data with BS in same application? Like instead of put, I want to call the BS, write BO or something.
Oh, but yes, you are right. But we don't have this license in this 10.1 base. It doesn't support then. From
Oh,
10.2 only that base has come in then. You know that, right?
okay, okay.
Well, that I'll talk
I-
about the step, like what we consider as part of best and from which version it started. And probably after break, I'll talk about it. Then, yeah.
Okay, okay,
Okay. Okay.
okay.
After that, then I will talk about why it's not introduced as part of this version. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's take a quick break for 10-15 minutes. Yeah. Okay, Uma.
Yeah, let's meet after 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, so can we continue? Umang and others?
Yes, let's go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, so we just talked about this SIF application, like how to build it, to perform some operations, to talk to Hub Store. Now, let us try to understand other leftover topics. So I think we have not talked about batch viewer, batch group. I'll quickly complete that. So let me cover all pending topics. They're very easiest one, but I need to make sure that they're all covered. Yeah. So the first and foremost thing is what? Batch viewer. So let us take any base object table. Let's say party. Yeah. Or let us take our own simple ORS, which is like what we have done, right? So I think Vivo customer. Yes. So let us take this. Yeah. I think we talked about, correct me if I'm wrong. So we talked about load job, man job, auto merge. Only that much we discussed. Yeah, and revalidate. 4. Yes or no, guys? Yeah. So we know how it works. Practically, we have done it. Yeah. Just to summarize, load job is used to load the data stage to Vivo. Initially, we have talked of multiple types of loads. I'll not get into that. Then, in case we have built any validation rules, null check, whatever, we can run this. There's one more as part of load synchronous to sync meta. We talked about that. That's over. Now, after that, if the records are queued for auto merge, we can run auto merge job to copy. And we want to perform independent creation of accept unmatched records as unique, which means within this, when you run, it would do. Internet is going to call this. But if you want to do it independently, which means accept what you call unmatched rows as unique, whatever. Can you see here? It is such, which means though we don't execute internally, if we try to execute, right, it would get called. Yeah. So that's where accept unmatched rows as unique will come in. Yeah. So from, I think we have also seen that as part of a hub console. What are that option, guys? Yeah. What are that option we have used? Accept unmatched records as unique. Yeah. We got it. First one record, second assign, third all. Third option. Yeah. Fine. The next is what? Auto match and merge. Yeah. So this particular auto, which means automatically, it is going to continue it for all the rows till the match form, till no match form, right? It will repeat, just like a cyclic process, yeah, of both match and merge. Yeah. Now the next question. So we got strip. What is a strip table? Strip table, match key table, token, they're all same. What does it contain? It contains what? Tokenized data, right? SSA key, SSA data, right? Yes or no? It stores that. If you want to clean the strip table, we can just run this. And then we have generate match tokens. Remember, match tokens will be generated in 3 places. Can someone answer this question, guys? Where and all the tokens would get generated? Yeah, I think we talked about that. Where? One, during load, if we enable option generate tokens during load in base object table, base object, right? Second, as part of match. And third, independent execution by using generate match token job. Yeah, these are the ways. So depending upon our resources availability, right, then we can take a call whether to run match tokens within a match or outside a match or during load. We can take a call. So we'll talk about it when we talk about tuning techniques, right? We will see where is the best place. Probably you can just think and ask question that time, or you can answer that question. Anything is fine. So this is smart search. Yeah. So index, what you call generation, and external match we forgot. So this is just like what test environment before we get into performing actual match. Yeah. So in this, you'll have two tables. This is one of the important job, guys, where you will have what I call two tables, EMI and EMO, which means external match input and external match output. Two tables will have it. If you go to this ORS, this one, right? Yeah. So you'll have two tables, external match, your customer. Yeah, can you see EMO, EMI? Yeah. There'll be two tables. So in EMI, we can just insert data and verify like how many matches we can have it as part of EMO. Yeah. Based on the number of matches we have from a given source system data. Let's say we are trying to what we call delete all the rows from this, you know, assuming that there's no data here, you know, empty EMI and EMO. Now the question, so we can run what we call external match job by supplying some input data over here based on what match rule. For example, let us say which one is base object. So let us take view of customer where we have got match merge. Yeah. So with appropriate rule set example, but this is a fuzzy, right? Whatever exact example, let's say this tool we are using. Yeah? And within that, we got some column. Which column is this? I think C2. I think C2, yeah. C2 column we are using. So we can use this particular rule, yeah, in order to check like how many matches we have. Yeah, let us take that. So to do that, we can just go to what do you call backend table, where we can just, it's just a testing only, nothing else. For test bed only we use this. Yeah, we can just insert sample data just to understand how many what do you call rows we have it. Yeah. Let's say some source key, source name, any name can be given here, and file name, yeah, and C2 exact EMI, right? C2 exact, let us set 2, and the address part 2, ADD, and ADD to whatever, right? Some sample data we are trying to add over here, and then commit it. So why? We are trying to focus on C2 exact to compare with what source data. Source data means view object data with the C2 column, and see how many matches. If you go and look at the data in view, let us see how many we have it in this one. So we can see here. Let's say delete from, I don't know what we have done earlier. So let's say delete from C underscore customers. Yeah. So then assuming that there is no data here, xref. Yes. So then let's say we have what? No matches. And it doesn't matter for us because we are doing external, right? So we don't touch these tables. So strict ones, just to have clean environment, I'm doing nothing else. So that's it. Now let us run the load job and see what data we get. I think this much is not. The straightforward, I guess, also can try. Let me just quickly do it. Yes, so load is done. Some rows are there. Now we inserted data, right? So before we run external match, let's look at the data in from customer base object table with C2 column because semester from semester. Let's go customers, right? Let's run this. Yeah. What? Go to yes, there is a data here. So let's look at C2 column data. So C2 2, there's exact data, right? So we should get matching records. Let us see. Now we can go and run this particular extra match. Yeah. So we inserted data. Then did we commit? I think we committed that EMI time. So here you can select XR rule set one column or whatever, right? And then execute. Yeah. Yeah. See here, there is a total records 1, matching records 2, good for auto match. Yeah. So this we could able to, so based on this, we can take a call whether to load what you call whether to perform match or not. Let us look at the data in external match output. Yeah. See, we got some matches here. So based on see auto merge, auto good for auto merge, right? And we can see what is that yes. So there is a matching data here, right? Source name or whatever. Yeah. So after this, we can take a call, like what will be done with this what you call data. See, 29 is matching with 28, which is I think first 2 rows or whatever, right? That's what we saw. Yeah. Yes, so you can see here first 2 rows. Okay. Yeah, see 29 is matching with 28. So that you'll get to see as part of PMO table. After that, so likewise you can have too many if you have many matches, right? Then we can take a call. Can we proceed further with actual match or not? So that's why I said it's a test bed environment, nothing else. Yeah. So that's it about this one. Then I think we talked about this and match tokens we talked about, load we discussed. Analyze for again, look at how many, what you call statistics that we got it and can we use this, what you call data which can be taken as input to steward because there are too many, again, steward will be overloaded. And reset match table, if you want to just empty the table, right? We use this. This is just check a foreign key checks, nothing else. Where does it get stored, guys? Whatever we do here, what is the underlying table that we use to automate this what do you call batch process by ourselves? What is the table? C repos table object V. V is a view and C repos table object is normal table. Yeah. So we can just table object, yes, so you can see it here. Yeah. So C repos table object. So whatever we do, so all of them will be what available as part of this. And also corresponding view also we can see. These are 2 tables. We have metrics, all that you guys can refer. Yeah. And then we have got, I think we talked about so most of the jobs. Yeah, we got synchronous, which is not listed here, but trust all that we discussed. So that's it about batch viewer with the different jobs. Now the next question, how to what I call a number of jobs in a sequence or in parallel. So to do that, we use what? Batch group. For batch group also, we got underlying BG tables. So you can just check the BG like batch group names and corresponding status. Also, you can just look at here. Zero plus batch group tables. So now let us try to what you call build our own batch group. Yeah. And this interface not good because I have to cover, right? It is one example I try to cover. So batch group because some might be new, right? So for them it will be useful. And then say save. Yeah. So this is start and finish. In between, you can add n number of jobs, yeah, in parallel or sequential. So now yes, now right click and start add below. Can you see here level above, level below? They're all disabled because this is starting point, but you can only add below. Yeah. So then select any job. Let us say we are starting from the beginning stage job. Yeah. Now the question, guys, can we call multiple stage jobs in parallel or not? Yeah. Yes or no? Answer is what? I think we're all there, right? Exhausted. Huh? Let me repeat the question. Can we call multiple stage jobs in parallel or not? Lakshmi, you want to say something?
Can
Yes,
call
sir.
for different BOs.
Yeah.
Yeah. BOS doesn't matter. So here stage, we are in stage layer, right? So for the same BO also, we can run multiple stage jobs. Means for every mapping, right, there is going to be separate staging table, right? Yes or no? So there won't be any what you call what you call lock issue, whatever. So we can run, we can call. Yeah. Even for same BO also, you can call multiple uh, stage jobs. Yeah. Next, let us say we have got only one. So likewise, you can call multiple. Next, so this is stage one, not load. Now let us add next level, which is going to be what load. Let me repeat the same question. Can we call multiple load jobs in parallel or not? Answer is what? Answer is what? I think we have already seen this when we did examples during load, right? Yes or no? We got measures also. It's been used by other process, which means we cannot. Load means we are loading towards same BO, right? Let's say we are focusing on one BO, we got multiple BOs. Yeah? Same BO means we have to, what we call, have only one load job at a time. Yeah? But stage, we can have multiple stage jobs, though it's belonging to same BO. Yeah? So that's it. Now, next, we are just following the sequence. Next is what? Let's merge. Yeah? Fine. Now, once you load the data, then we go to what? Match. Here we select what? Appropriate matchable set. For example, if you want only exact or exact rule set, select it. Yeah? So that's it. After that, so let's say if the records are good for auto merge, then we can also run what? Merge. Yeah. So that's it. A simple flow. So here we have not made it complicated because simple one stage, one load, one match, one merge. That's all. Yeah. Simple batch group and save it. Yeah. So let us say, so we are, so we don't have any data in view. So let us delete that. So now, okay, yeah. So force update, I think we talked about. Let's not repeat that. Now the next question: how to execute this particular batch group? Yeah. So before execution, let me also add other things here. Parallel part, right? We talked about only sequential execution. Now parallel part. So parallel, I think as someone was saying, so we can call multiple load jobs belonging to other base object tables in parallel. To do that, can you see here? So add jobs to this level, same level. Yeah. So select this and let us say if you have anything, you can call. So let's look up. Yeah. Example. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So similarly, if you want to run, let's say multiple steps, you don't have it, or else you can call same view also. Here also we can run multiple jobs, same or other view, doesn't matter at all. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. So parallel, we are trying to call both parallel and sequential and match. Let's say we are focusing on one base object table just to make it simple. In that case, here we can have parallel, rest, no parallel part. Yeah. Now save it. Yeah. Yeah. Now the next question, we need to start execution of this particular batch group. So go to controls and logs. So you can see execute button, right? Click on it. Now once you click no, we can keep track of the status of this particular batch group based on status. So here you can see 6 statuses, right? Like what are the batch groups which are under processing. So there is one now. Now how many completed, how many completed to errors, how many failed, how many set to incomplete, set to restart. Yeah. So these are what we call 6 statuses. So out of them, let's say we are using what now? Now it is under, yeah, it is completed now. So here if we try to refresh, see it is completed successfully. So we have seen 2 statuses, right? Under processing, completion part. So here stage of we can see all are completed. So I've looked at one job is got failed. Fine, that's fine. Yeah. So here metrics you can see in what vertical form. So batch viewer we have seen horizontal form. Yeah. So can you see guys? So auto merge records or rejected records, failed record, whatever, right? We can see multiple metrics accepted as unique records. From where you'll get this value, guys? When you execute what? Auto merge job or accepted as unmatched as unique job. Which one? Which one? Auto merge job only we call actually. Internet is calling them. Then queue for auto merge 10 rows, which is you can see here. Which job is that? Here you can see, right? So job name here you can see. So next records tokenized, no tokens because it's a simple exact and matching records you can see whatever. So matrix you can see in vertical form. So it's similar to batch viewer only. We are just executing different interface, nothing else. Everything is same as earlier. Yeah. So that's it, guys. Like how batch group would work. Yeah. So failed ones you can see it here. For example, we go to some other ORS, maybe some other thing will get it. Yeah. So, yes, we don't have any failed ones. We don't have this also. So yeah, here we have it. This particular batch group got completed with some errors. Yeah. Complete with errors we can see, right? So we can see. So wherever there are errors, right? So we can take a look at those errors. Means like it could have even what do you call warnings. Yeah. All are completed successfully. I need to scroll down. Oh, there are many jobs here. Okay. This is a bit complicated. What do you call it? Complicated? No, no complicated. Batch group is very simple, please. See here, stage jobs, multiple stage jobs are getting invoked in parallel. Here for lookup address, gender, all that. This is for something else. So likewise, you can see what multiple. This is a bit complicated. Complicate nothing. Actually, we have multiple stages, multiple rows, multiple. Oh, what happened? But anyway, here also, here we have just seen the status is different with errors, right? But earlier we have seen 2. So others, you guys can just practice to understand like how others would work. If something is failed, so then batch group would come in. Reason for fail loss, you can see. Yeah. If some set to incomplete, so you can see restart. Then we can see set to restart. So that's it about batch group and backend tables similar to C right pass BO table object is talked about for batch view, batch jobs. Right? This is batch group tables will have it. Batch group name and metrics. Yeah. So that's it about batch group. This is a straightforward thing. I just wanted to cover it. Then
In Narasimha, very fundamental question, like what is the practical use of batch group and batch viewer if you have self-start kind of solutions available like Rundeck or Control M?
But yeah, if the customer is ready to buy third-party schedulers, controller models, whatever, right? They are always better because they have been designed for that only. But if the customer is not ready, then we can go with this option. Uma?
Okay, so if, is my interpretation correct that if we have Rundeck or Control M kind of solutions available,
They are always
schedulers
better.
available, then
They
this
are
is not required, or do you still
No.
see usage of this?
We can use it, but no, they are much better than this batch viewer and batch group. Yeah, because tracking wise and also state alerts, all that we have much more. We don't have that much over here. Uma? If you have that license, right, we can. It's always better to go with that, or else we can use this. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
despite of having those tools, do we come across any requirement on day-to-day basis to actually use batch group or batch viewer per se?
For example, integration. Like I think yesterday we were trying to ask question, right? So let's say we need to integrate our own custom functionality to MDM and invoke it as part of a batch group. Such kinds of things we can also do it from outside. Bit complicated. We can do it bit complexity. But such things we can do it quite easily over here because it's inbuilt capability. Uma?
Yeah, but we have to trigger it manually. No, we cannot schedule it here. Can we?
No. We can create a batch group and schedule it by using a cron controlling. Scheduling is not a problem. But what I'm saying is we can create all the jobs, what do you call it, sequence parallel in control M itself and schedule it. We can take care all of them in that perspective. But yes, creation part here, execution, then there is no problem at all. So we are doing everything here, just invoking from third party. In that case, we are not utilizing the power of third party schedulers, right?
Got it.
So
Got it. Okay.
yeah. So
there is no scheduler available here, right? I mean, if we want to schedule, we need to purchase a scheduler.
Yeah, we don't have it, but no, we can just what you call use cron. So just to schedule. Inbuilt, we don't have it. You are right.
Inbuilt, we don't have it. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So fine. So that's about batch viewer and batch group. And one more topic which is left over is what SAM, security access management. This was a very simple topic. So I think theoretically we discussed to protect, right? That's it. user, group, role. That's it. Only three things we need to remember. First thing, let us start from the beginning. Yeah. So we need to create user. Who can create user, guys? Admin, MDM admin to be precise, right? So we can go to users tool under configuration and add one user. Yeah. Let's say and just put the test user, middle name, whatever, right? Some name I'm giving out. And password, let's say it's an authentication. Yeah. So we can also give the password internal stuff. Yeah. Oh, default database, we can change it to, let's say, sample. Yeah. So which means if this user logs in, right, they can access only sample database. If you want to provide admin, we can also give it. Yeah, that's it. Likewise, you can create n number of users over here. That's the first thing we can do. After that, we can go to secure resources. So resource can be protected or unprotected from outsiders. I think that we talked about several times. So, like, let's say we are using CMXORS, where we can use private or secure, right? So let me acquire a block. Yeah. Can you see here? So we have got base objects. Yeah. So let's say we are selecting one base object. See, by default, it's a secure. If you want to make it private so that others cannot access it, see, it has become private. So, and then underlying mappings here by default secure. If you want to change it to private, we can do it. Similar rule sets. Yeah. So that also we can just all the resources belonging to base object or even outside base object, like we have cleanse functions, like we talked about BDD cleanse. One example we talked about address, which is a private anyway. If you want to make it public, which is secure, so we can also do it. You know, likewise, we can repeat the same thing for other cleanse functions. And then we have hierarchy. So hierarchy, we have not built it here, so we don't need to configure. Then packages. So we got package, customer, whatever. Anyway, it's a secure because let's say if you want to use this package from outside, like CP we talked about today, right? We need that this status should be secure. Yeah. So that's it. Likewise, other resources, I didn't talk about it. So other than like what we normally built. So like for example, audit table, whatever. So those things also you can just protect it. Yeah. So that's about the first thing, securing resources. Now the question, if you want to organize n number of resources in categorical manner, let's say cost resources. So all cost resources will be kept in one particular, let's say, if you select all, we can also do it, but if it is really required, or else we don't need. Yeah. So that's it. That's it. All we are doing. Or else selectively, you can go for it. Yeah. So which means it's a top level resource which contains pre-built resource groups plus our custom what you call resources, our own like whatever is built. It's a superset of pre-built resource groups. Yeah. Now the next question, we could able to see what users and groups. Yeah. So now that we have seen users, right? So that we have already built it. Yeah. So and we need to provide access here, tool access for user. Okay. So we cannot see it here. What happened to this user? We name it. Oh. After doing so much, Let's say normal user. Right. Now we can just enable like what to be accessible. For example, management tools, daily management, whatever. So then save it. Now the next question. Let us say we need to start what you call getting into this ORS and acquire log. Now we can assign users to roles to group or whatever, right? So we can do it. So we logged on to CMX ORS, right? We cannot see that user because we assigned to some other ORS one. I cannot do this. That's why we cannot see it. That's fine. We can just add a group. Let's say dev group example. Yeah. So then we can, likewise you can add a number of groups and users assigned to this group. So we have got only one. Yeah. And if you want to assign another one, you can also do it. Yeah. We added it. So now same thing. We can, we have not built roles, right? After roles, we'll come back to this. Add roles to this user group. For example, we added test, what a dev group and 2 users. Both are there here. User or groups, right? Assign roles. Roles is not done, right? So let us add and get it here. Come back here. So roles, why do you need roles, guys? To what we call provide the privileges. Read, write, execute, delete, merge, update. Right? Now let us try to add our own role, which is let's say dev role. Let's say our example super user role. You know, super user role. Yeah. Let's take best case. Worst case you can say because we normally will not go with the super user. Mistaking this most. Fine. So now we could able to see we cannot say anything here. Yeah. So because we do not have any resources. Yeah. So that's why we cannot say anything. If you have anything, right, we can see them and allocate those privileges like what we can see here. Yeah. To see that, probably again we have to do it from the beginning, otherwise we can just see existing one just to understand. Yeah. Yes, we are here now. Yes. For example, can you see here? So we've got multiple base objects. So address or whatever, read, create, update, delete, whatever, right? So we can see all of them here. So we can assign privileges for each base object. Let's say we have got our own what we call base object table. Then we can just, if you want to take out, you can take out parent level. We have not done, right? So first we need to start from the parent. Then it is on parent. Then column level protection. So corresponding parent needs to be set. Oh, without enabling this, we cannot set this. Now we can take out of it, right? So let's say we need only for some columns read access, whatever. Same way we can repeat it for others. And then now. So this is what we do actually. Like we can, like you can see pre-built roles, right? Steward, manager, supervisor, whatever, right? Likewise, you can add n number of roles and assign privileges. And at the end of it, we can also generate a report and send it to others to get it reviewed because it's one of the important thing, who can access what. So that you will have it as part of security access manager. Yeah. So that's it about security access manager, guys. Fine. Yeah. Now, yeah, report anyway, you guys can take it. Generate a report, you'll get it. So now the next topic will be what thought of using question answers, right? What is that topic here? Base. There's one more debugging. Base is very straightforward. I'll just try to go over. First thing, like we did it for CIF as well as plans as well as for user exit. Same thing. We'll have a code you can just import. You know, let's say it's here, they're just performing validation. It started from 10.2. Then validate ORS. Then can you see here, build and generate this particular year file. How do you do that? There is a slide actually on the bottom. So just open the what you call code and generate year instead of jar. Jar we have done. Same thing, we need to select year so that we can deploy in what application server deployments folder, we know, right? So then provisioning, visual creation part, SOAP service part, configure call and publish, and open the C360 application, create a record and see whether whatever is done best call can be seen the effect of that in this E360 or not. Yeah. So that's it. This is a flow, like I've just copied and pasted. So here, okay, this is full. Yeah, we talked about it. I'm just browsing through it. Yeah, see here, import a project, last thing, right? So yeah, best external call. So you can see one of the folder as part of resource kit. Yeah. So take that and import it anyway, we all know it, and compile this and take care of jar, all that. So jar in the sense JRE, all that, and build. If you get any errors, right, then fix it with appropriate right JRE, whatever here. And then at the end of it, can you see guys here, paste external call.ear file. So that is what generated here. Yeah, like jar we created, right? Same way it is generated ear file. Then copy that ear file onto the deployment location. That's it. After that you can just yeah, paste it in deployment location, copy from here and paste it here. That's what you can see. Yeah. Then you can access it through what URL. So here you can see web service. This is WSDL form, right? I think we talked about it. Then go to extensions and make use of that as part of SOAP service, whatever, and configure, publish. Yeah, and then validate in E360. So, and here if you don't supply email, you'll get email validation. Yeah. So that's it about like how one can start what you call building this. It's a very straightforward case. Import and make use of it. Yeah. So this is the adding rows in I think one was asking question. Can you see here? So in 10.1 we can only take care of it by using XML. I've just added to answer question. So in XML we can just add this roles like admin role or whatever role that you want. Yeah. So next, met command. I think someone has asked a question. Was it? Vivek, no? Vivek, I think was this question, right? So we have got met command to perform export. Jar I have not done actually. So with met command, first thing we can take care of validating metadata. Then get ORS metadata is export, and next create a change list. Yeah. Then validate change list, then apply change list. This is the flow that we follow using met command. I'll try to execute it. First, let me finish all the topics. Yeah. So that's one thing. And next is what left over and debugging and tuning. This is a very important topic, guys. So we'll try to spend some time here. Yeah. So yeah, now you need to concentrate. Forget about what we discussed. There are very simple things. Anybody can do it, but this is a very complex thing. Yeah. So this requires a lot of thinking. Yeah? So now tuning. The what? Yeah. So what is the strategy that you adopt, guys, in order to what get into tuning? The first and foremost thing is what we are dealing with. What web-based application? Any web-based application, right? They use what? Java. What is the entry point for Java? JVM. So how JVM would act based on what? JVM options. So that's where we need to start, because if you want to perform any Informatica MDM operations, right, either from Hub Console or from provisioning or from the what you call data governance or from SIF, whatever, right, wherever you do, right, these options are required. Yeah. Now, what are those options? So I think we talked about to some extent. XMS indicates what? Minimum size of a heap, 2 GB, maximum 8 GB. So remember, blindly we should not set these numbers. So we should set these numbers based on what do you call amount of data that we process it. Yeah. So use more memory in case ORS is higher. Fine. So next, meta size. So why we need to what we call meta space size? Why do we need it here? Because to take care of metadata storage. So we can change this number based on our own choice. And stacks is very straightforward because based on what we call one memory that we use it for attributes and second threads that we use to spawn. These two things we need to consider what we call while setting this option. Yeah. And next, app server. So we need to make sure that server sizing has been taken care. To do that, we have to take care of analysis. This is a very big topic, but we have to consider how many number of concurrent users and then peaks, let's say 100 or 1000 or 1 million, whatever, and volume and data growth rate. So these factors we need to consider in order to configure application server. Yeah. So that's what we need to consider. Mainly users and data, users and data. So that's about app server part, JVM options. Now we are trying to talk about app store. No, that's a ORS. Remember, we can have what we call connection pool. How this particular connection pool calculation would take place? N plus T into 2.5. N means what? Number of concurrent users, like any from anywhere, IDDC for whatever. Yeah. So which means T is the number of concurrent threads in a batch. N plus T into 2.5. This formula we can follow. Maximum connections. This much we can do. Which means 2.5. What we call we use bare minimum. So 1 plus 1. Let's say threads 1. A number of users 1 plus 1 2 to 2.5 5 minimum 5 connections. So that will be part of this connection pool, but we can increase that depending upon the number of users. Next, yeah, now environment sharing part. Is it advisable to go with the sharing part, guys? It is not at all, because we should isolate the activities as much as we could. For example, use one server for clients, other server for match, other server for whatever. So we need to isolate things. Each server should do its own specific activity. That we need to make sure. So for example, you can see you must not share database server instances, such as master database, ORS, or whatever database that we have. Similarly, apps. That's our sharing part. And next thing, I think this you guys have, I think Umang has done this. See, Repas applied log, right? See, clear log, it didn't work, so that's why he has done. He applied by using this. So here we use this particular table for what? To take care of cleaning the cache. To if you clean that, right, this now and here, now and then it will improve performance. Yeah. So then archive logging, we should avoid doing it, because if you have too many rows in the archive, right, then you'll have system bloated, which will result performance issues. Yeah. And table spaces. So this is very important thing, guys, because we should not allocate very large table space, because we should go in what incremental manner with the smaller numbers. Let's say 32K or 64K, what increments, right? So that this growth will have, what is the growing of this, what is the table space will take place in what incremental manner, rather than having a flat 10 GB, 20 GB, whatever, right? That we should not do it. So uniform. informative with respect to what extending this table space. And now when it comes to what sharing, I think we talked about it. So which will result to what results in what network issue. It's not network latency, which is again network connectivity, ping or any other network connectivity, right? So we'll get into this issue. Then we have got what do you call unnecessary things, right? It's better to remove. Example, legacy data director or ORS data which are not in use, right? Try to take it out. It's just a best practice, nothing else. Authentication, guys. So it depends on how we configure authentication as part of using what security providers like in Hub Console. If you go and look at in Hub Console, where we have got security providers based on the order. So like whichever is in the top, that will be used. So whichever is in the order in the top. If you have multiple providers, so that's what happens. Fine. So okay. Now let us start getting into next one. Yeah. Now bad job. This is where we need to put in a lot of effort, guys, because these properties or parameters, parameter values would be varied based on the type of job. Some jobs we can use same thing. Some jobs we need to change it. So depending upon volume of data, resources availability, all that. Yeah. So now let us take minimum records to enable multi-threading, 1,000. But if you have one record, do you go with one enabling 20 threads? No, right? Unnecessary overhead to spawn those threads, right? So that is why make sure that you process bare minimum records, 1,000. Where do you set these options? So that's where we need to go to what? CMS plans. So we got CMS server dot properties, CMS plans dot properties file, where we can see multiple properties. We'll see all of them. So for now, this is for multi-threading. Next, thread count. Yeah, default is 1. We can increase that number depending upon the data volume for all types of job, match or whatever, right? And third, for batch processing. So here, your default is 20. Remember, guys, default is 20, but we can change that number depending upon what you call amount of data. Yeah. And then load. So threshold rate default is 10. Again, we can change that number in CMX server.property file. Yeah. So these are the jobs where we can just use this. And recycler idling, right? So this is 5 minutes by default, but if you want to change, you can change it. If it's idle for 5 minutes, you can just stop, fail that job. Yeah. Let's say you are performing a match and it is taking more than 5 minutes for one, what you call identifying one set of matches. Then we can stop there. For example, auto merge threads by default 1. We can change it. When you go for increasing more number of threads in case of auto merge, guys, simple. If you're trying to convert too many records, let's say 1,000 records to one record, which requires more than one thread, then we can increase that number, or else it's not. And block size by default, block size would be 250 records, but we can increase this number based on the volume of data. Remember, guys, too little, too much, is not a best practice. We need to act based on what volume of data and resource availability. And this property we have it as part of again CMX properties, server properties, and CP API request. So here also you can just configure this as part of CMS plans. Recalculate threads per job, and tokenization default is true, which means what? File loader option. But if you want to make it to false, so we should think, do you want to make it to false or not? Yeah. And then we have got plans minimum distribution. Remember, guys, if you go with this particular option, So we can just use what? Multiple client servers. Yeah, but when you go for it, if you're processing many records, let's say we had that's 100 records, do you go with what distribution? Answer is no. So that call we need to make and then configure that as part of CMS client server properties. You can see in this enterprise management hub console, like what all have been configured. Yeah. So if you want to change, then we need to go to these properties to change. Yeah. And match batch size, so larger number, so like a million or more. Yeah. So too small is not a good thing because we need to make sure that we take care of all the records in short time. Yeah. Then console. So make sure that client JRE, what you call spell type of problem, what you call should match with what server so that there won't be any compatible issues. And also we should have Java Web Start, which can be used to open this console without any issues. So that also we need to make sure. Yeah. And then console log by default will be enabled because so if you try to what you call enable, right? If you produce unnecessary log messages. Data volume, if you have too much of data volume, right? Then what happens? Hub console should communicate with hub server. So which requires what? Good network. So make sure that we have got a high speed network so that we will not get into what you call any network issues. Yeah. So we will not get into any network issues. Yeah. Then searchable fields. So like how many remove searchable fields that are not required because it will add overhead. Yeah. Okay. Now let us talk about the flow that would take place in case of multi-threading. If you understand this, so you can just what you call take care of how to set the threads. Yeah. Look at here, guys, from console or API, wherever, right? We executed some job which uses ORS. Now the request will be sent to, let us say, some plans request. It will be sent to what? It will initiate a batch job and distribute. When to distribute? If you have many rows, that's at least 1,000 plus, that's 2,000, 3,000, whatever. In that case, at least. Yeah. Then distribute. Then once you distribute, so that per job, whatever. Then what it does, the request will be sent here, reserving number of threads, like whatever is configured, all threads reserved in process server. Then it is going to get what you call next available block data. Keep on executing. If yes, next whatever, till it gets processed all the what you call threads operations, right? If everything is fine, then batch completes. If not, no, it will repeat again, same process till all the rows get over. This flow of operations are same even for other jobs also, match job also. We use match server for with multiple threads, right? So operations are almost same. That's why I just kept only one flow diagram from Informatica documentation. So which will tell us to understand all the flows. Yeah. So what happened? It's not working. My keyboard is not working. So that's it, guys, about this flow. Okay, this working. Okay. Now, I think we did not talk about base object properties, advanced base object properties. Yes or no, guys? Yeah. I think we have not talked about it. One, complete tokenization ratio. By default, 60. If we have more than that, it is going to re-tokenize. Less than that, it is going to delete existing keys and recreate tokens. Constraints for concurrency, disable. No concurrency, enable. Load batch size. So make sure that at least 1 million has been set. Yeah. Then max elapsed match minutes. We use this for what? In case if match server or match matching record should undergo as part of manual, or else it is not. So duplicate match as threshold, we don't use this parameter so much, but yes, if you want, we can use it. Parallel degree, remember guys, in case if you want to achieve finer degree of parallelism, where based on the number of CPUs that we have, we can set proportional number of what you call cores, corresponding threads, so that we have to take care based on the data available, number of CPUs that we need to consider. And then we have match flag audit table. If you want to what you call enable audit, then there is a table called FMHA where we could be able to see what you call audit data. So based on like whatever in Merge Manager, so there will be some record good for auto merging, right? So such things we can take care. And API lock wait interval. So again, here by default, you will have maximum specified max number of seconds. So, but yes, it will wait till that time, or else it will fail. Then we have got what you call standalone full.xml, where we can take care of what you call what port numbers and multi-node configuration, and also logging by using logger class. Such things we can. Not only that logger, we can also take care what you call even messaging part, and also what you call setting the sizes of blocks. Those things also we can take care as part of standalone full. Standalone full, we can do many things actually. So yeah, so that's about high level what you call points on performance tuning. But yes, we have to take care even from what you call we talked about, I think we covered all. Observer covered, observer covered, observer covered, cleanse I covered, and properties, basic properties I covered, and also advanced basic model-based objective properties I covered. I think they are the important ones. OS level parameters also we can think, guys. For example, if you want to set process limit, which should be more than what I call allocated, then we can ask operating system administrator to set it by using ulimit. If you are voice administrator, you can also set it. It's very simple. Ulimit command is there. Similarly, stack size and also block pools, IO pools we call. It means number of blocks that are returned to a disk and number of blocks that are read from the disk. So these things are required because we normally perform with a database, right? So database also will have some blocks. Based on that, from Informatica side also, we have to make sure that it is in sync with the database block sizes. So that we can also take care, one from what we call Informatica MDM, second from operating system also. All should be in sync so that there won't be any what we call lag. Let's say the block size is more in database, but in MDM less, then there's no sync. If it is same, right? As and when the block size is full, immediately block will be filled in what database side. So it should be in that way. Same thing for commit as well as buffer. So those things we have to take care. So then we have got what you call other tunable things. So for example, if we go with especially match, which is one of the heavily consumable resource job, right? In MDM hub, yes or no? So in that case, we need to make sure that we reserve separate high-end system for match. Second, we allocate resources, all the resources to this only. Then to make use of those resources, allocate number of threads based on the amount of data that process for each match job. Match job 1 million requests, match job 2 million. So corresponding number of threads should be allocated. Blindly, we should not allocate default number of threads for each match job. Remember that, yeah. So based amount of data and underlying resource availability, we just have to take a call like how many threads that we can process. Yeah. How many threads that we can use it to process. Yeah. Yeah. Any questions before we get into this debugging?
The properties you mentioned, Narsimha. So
Yes, please.
do we usually change that property frequently, or that is like one time setting we do
No,
at the time of initial infrastructure setup and
we'll
we are
change
done?
it. We have to change it based on the data and also resources availability. If you are
So
keeping a
what are those
default,
events? When you say
yes, sir.
based on the data, if you give some example of events when you might have
Exactly.
changed properties.
That is very good. Yes, you are right. Based on the events, we have to build our own, like you said it rightly, event mechanism. So let's say if the
Mhm.
today business 1 billion data, then this may number of threads, this is a block size, and then this is a buffer size, and then followed by other properties. So and connection pools, all that. So that's what we need to take care, Umang. So and similarly, yeah, depending on the type of job, we need to act. Yeah, fine.
So is there any recommendation that Informatica gives, or is there
Yes.
any page where we can go and refer to the
Yeah. I
you know?
just got Informatica, whatever I have just kept it here, right? So I
Mhm.
got it for Informatica documentation. They're all recommended values. Like 250 is
Oh,
a block default box size. They're recommended things. But like in Power Center also they recommend for cache size, buffer size, whatever, right? But they won't work in an optimal way. But as I said, right, it's always better to change based on the input that we have. That is a best practice so that we could able to utilize the resources effectively to meet uh, SLA, whatever. Yeah, fine.
got it.
So,
Okay.
fine. So now, yeah, any other questions, guys? Anyway, let me complete this. It's the last topic. Then after that, we'll have only question answers. Is that okay? Yeah, fine. So logging. So debugging, right? So debugging now we use it for to identify the causes of failures. Yes or no? Yeah. So let us say, so we have got issue in stage of, then where to go and look for. So we got issue in match, where to go and look for, or we got issue in what let's say if you just invoke from up console or from controller, whatever, right? It's not action is not taking place, where to look for. So likewise, you can think of many. Or sometimes let's say request sent from console, but it's not reached to a hub server or plans or whatever. Then what, where do we need to look at? These are the questions. Yes, sir. To answer that, so there are two ways to fix those problems. Yeah. One, we can take a look at the logs. Yeah. Like what we can see here. We can set what you call log levels like info, warning, debug, whatever, right? Then error. Then based on that, we can look at the log files, CMS server log, CMS plans log, and corresponding database logs, right? So those are the log files. And we have got server log, which is not listed here. Server means this application server, which is JBoss example. Yeah. So, but in case if it gets stuck with something, right? So we need to go to this log4j.xml file and enable debug specific to that particular class. Make sure that you supply the right class name so that it will not generate too many log messages for other areas. That's why specific logging is always recommended. Yeah, because debug it will dump lots of messages onto log file, which will lead to performance issues. That is why best practice is what enable for specific ones. Yeah. Example loggers. Yeah. So then, oh, then we can also see what log4. This is latest, but other version log4j.xml only we have. Yeah. Example log level, you can see error, right? Yes or no? So only less number of messages can be seen in the log file. If you set this, only errors only can be seen. So that's it. So these are the some of the things. But with respect to logging, right? How do you identify? It's a client log, app server issue, or observer issue, runs or mass server issue, or database issue. How do you identify, guys? What is the first place where we need to go and take a look at to identify the cause of failure? Yeah. If you click something, nothing is happening, it's a client issue, which means unable to connect to the server. That's over. It is invoked. Then, but the control is not reached to up server. Then where do you need to go and look at? Where? Yeah, let's go question answers, these things. Yeah. So we need to go look at what? JBus. What is the JBus log file? Which is server log. So where do we have it? So we can just go to not here.